Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum.
रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुह।
वालेकुम सलाम।
I welcome all of you in this PMP course. This is going to be the schedule of the full course, inshallah. Just note down one slight change from the initial schedule that for the first 2 weeks it will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. However, in the third week it will be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And the reason you can guess that there is a match between Pakistan and India on 23rd of February. So I'm sure no one will attend even if I keep a class on that day. So that's why I shifted it to Thursday instead of Sunday. So just note down that in the third week, instead of Sunday, it will be Thursday. Timings will remain same. My introduction, my name is Abu Bakr Ehsan. My famous nickname, training name, as you know, in Saudi Arabia, the nicknames are more popular sometimes. So that is Abu Bakr, and my real name is Hassan Said. I have done bachelor's in computer science, master's in information technology, PMP certified. PMP full form is project management professional. RMP is risk management professional. After you do PMP, you have options available. You can do specialization in different areas. I have done in risk management and agile uh, style of project management, ACP, that is also from PMI, Project Management Institute. Then Six Sigma, Green Belt and Black Belt certified. In fact, it is Lean Six Sigma, a fusion of two different methodologies or themes, you can say, Lean and Six Sigma. So now it's a combo certification, Lean Six Sigma. So there are multiple levels. I have done Green Belt and Black Belt. Currently, I'm working as a consultant with Deloitte Saudi Arabia and with more than 25 years of working and project management experience. And already I have conducted 200 plus PMP workshops with more than 13,000 or maybe 14,000 or even more engineers and managers just like you. And this is my email address and my WhatsApp number. Just few instructions before I start, that please keep your mics to mute mode, and whenever you need to ask anything, then you can unmute, you can ask, and then you can mute it again. All the materials or daily lecture slides after the course will be shared on the WhatsApp group. Recordings will also be shared, but not for permanently. It will be only temporary for 7 days only, so that in case you have missed something or you have not maybe some other appointment, doctor appointment, or maybe some match or office commitment, you miss some part, you can cover it from the recording. Short and quick questions you can ask anytime during the session, but in case the long sessions, long questions, you can ask later on at the end. After the lecture, I will keep 15 minutes in the last so that you can ask one-to-one questions in detail. We will take 2 prayer breaks every day, 6:05 to 6:25, 20 minutes prayer break. That will allow us to offer prayer, especially people from Riyadh and Jeddah, and others can also try to fit in the same time. And as we have participants from different countries, different professions, different genders, different religions, so please be very respectful to each other. Do not pass any comment that may hurt anyone. in the beginning, the speed of the teaching may look slow, but it is intentional so that everyone is comfortable because most of you are uh, doing study after maybe decades, maybe. So that's why in the beginning, it may take some time for all of you, or maybe some of you, but later on, we will catch up, inshallah. Some of my recent sessions, online and offline sessions, as you know, that I was conducting offline sessions before COVID, but after COVID, I'm conducting online sessions only. And this I conducted. My previous batch was in September. This was a group photo of September batch. This is May and June batch. This was good olden days when I was conducting uh, physical sessions. This is Nokia Saudi Arabia. This is also Nokia Saudi Arabia. This is my campus in Riyadh. I was conducting sessions there. This is National Petroleum Jumbo. This is KFCA, King Fahd Causeway Authority, the bridge between Khobar and Bahrain. And this is KFUPM, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral Sciences. And very interesting thing I would like to share, as I have few class fellows here in this session as well. So interestingly, I have my class fellows here also. And another very pleasant thing that even the next generation of my class fellows are also attending this session. Daughter of my class fellow also attending. So maybe my class fellows, they remember that we were very excited about applying in King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral Sciences back in 2000. And I was also very excited, but somehow I could not get admission there. So that was I was feeling very sad about it. But maybe after 16, 17 years, I was there in the same university, not as a student, but Alhamdulillah, as a teacher, KFUPM. This is STC Mursalat head office. So now I will, as mashallah, we have a big batch and a big group, Alhamdulillah. We cannot give chance to everyone to give the introduction one by one. So, but it's important to know each other also. So I will request that please share your introduction as a single message. Please make sure it's a single message. Otherwise, if it's split, people will not be able to correlate. So in the in the chat box, Zoom chat box, please send your introduction. For example, if I am sending my introduction, I need to send my name, education, number of years of experience, currently working in which company, and current job title. So I will just write Abu Bakr, BCS, Masters in Information Technology, my education, number of years of experience, and currently working in Deloitte as a consultant. So in the same way, I will wait for a few minutes. So maybe 3-4 minutes we can spend on this exercise. Please send your introduction in one line in the chat box of the same Zoom session. It's optional. If someone doesn't want to share his introduction, no problem. But I'm sure many of you, majority of you will like to do that. So we have Hafiz Suleiman from Pak Arab, Khalid from Floor Arabia, Senior Piping Design Engineer, Abhilash from SEC, Saudi Electricity Company, Ahmed Nizami, TQM MPhil, Azim from ITIA, Abdul Rafi from AIN, Harun Qureshi from BPM Government BPM Advisor, Mujtaba Khan from Mastech Saudi Arabia, Faisal Javed from ITIA, Asim Muhammad from PC Sales Engineer, Bilal Murtaza, Saudi Arabian Betur Construction, Habibullah FWO, Salam Barasan, Back Coast, Tosif from Saudi German Hospitals, Muhammad Ehsan from Saudi Arabia Betur, Hassan Sarfaraz, Saibabu from SEC, Jawad Qos from National Grid, Abdul Muqtadir from WSP Middle East, Muhammad Azhar Nadeem, Imran Hamid, working in Abdullah Fuad Company, Muhammad Sharif, working in Saudi Consolidating Engineering, Amir Gul, SEC, Muhammad Awais from EFSIM, Muhammad Ahmad Falco, Muhammad Ashfaq from Saudi Aramco, Sumiya Amir from FAST, Razali, working as IT head maybe, and Ari Wumani, working in SEC, Zaid Ali Khan, working in Darul Majd, Riyad Ahmed, Imran Khan, working in Rasul Khair, Faizan, working in STC Solutions, Waliullah Khan, recently joined SEC, Gigi Khan, working in Siemens, Saudi Arabia, Laxminar Rayana, Sepko Shafiqur Rahman, working in Metal, Saudi Arabia, Riaz Sharafuddin, working in Metal, Salman Khan, Biju from SEC, Riyad Ahmed, National Grid, Shahid Fayaz, working in as a consulting engineers, Bunehaya Consulting Engineers, Salman Khan, working in Pakistan Air Force. So nice, mashallah, very rich, experienced people are here. Alhamdulillah, we will learn, inshallah, from each other. We will share good experiences, inshallah. So let's continue. So maybe some of you have already attended my introductory sessions and maybe many of you have not attended. So that's why I will cover that part again. So maybe for some of you, it could be a repetition. So first of all, what are the prerequisites of PMP? Right? So PMP, you can be a PMP certified person if number one, you have a certain number of experience that I will explain. Number two, if you have already attended a certain number of hours of training. So if you have these two requirements fulfilled, then third step will be you can apply for the exam, and if you appear in the exam, your application is approved, you can book your exam, you can appear in the exam, and inshallah, if you pass the exam, you are PMP certified. So first I will explain experience requirements. So number one, you must have minimum 3 years of working experience related to the projects if you are a graduate with 4 years degree. In case your degree is not of 4 years, not of total 16-year education, you have 15-year education, or you have diploma, your metric, A levels, whatever you have. In that case, you need minimum 5 years of experience related to the projects in life. So either after your 4 years graduation, you need 3 years experience, or overall in life, you need 5 years experience. Any question, confusion from anyone, please feel free to unmute your mics and you can ask question about this requirement.
Assalamu alaikum. This
Welcome, sir.
3 years plus project related experience. Is there any requirement of mandatory document to submit?
Yes, there is. I will explain that point as a PMP audit process. So I have a slide for that. So not all of you will have to produce that document of experience letters, but in case your application comes in the audit process, in that case you will have to provide the experience letters. But I have a detailed slide on that. I'm coming to that in few minutes, inshallah. Any other question from anyone? Okay, let's say you have, like I have a few friends here who have more than 25 years of experience, right? Anyone having more than 25 years of experience? More than 30 years or 27 years, 28 years in this session? Anyone? No one? Okay. So I assume 25 years is the maximum number of years of experience. Harun, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah. I
Okay.
just defined the unmute
Okay,
button.
no
Yeah.
problem. No problem. Okay. So I'm taking example of Harun, right? Just to make sure everyone understands that. Let's say Mr. Harun, just ignore my bad writing. Let's say Mr. Harun, he has 25 years of experience and he is filling this application. So what he needs to do, he needs to go on this website, www.pmi.org. What is full form of PMI? Project Management Institute. And what is the relationship between PMI and PMP? Can anyone tell me? Very easy question.
PMI is the governing body for the PMP.
Right. PMI is the governing body of this certification PMP. And remember a very common question, just like many other certifications, or unlike many other certifications, many certifications or other certifications, these are offered by more than one governing bodies like Six Sigma, ISO, other certifications. So, but PMP is only offered by one body, which is PMI. There is no other body in the world which is offering PMP. Yes, there are some other project management related certifications, but PMP named certification is offered only and only by PMI. So let's say Mr. Harun is going to apply for this exam. He will go on this website, www.pmi.org. And remember, in future, whenever you have to apply for the exam, you do not need to contact the trainer. Directly go on this website whenever you like, after 1 month, 3 months, 1 year, 3 year, 10 years. It's your choice. You need to go to this website and start filling your application. So now Mr. Harun has 25 years of experience. And he does not need to enter all 25 years. Remember this point. You have 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 25, whatever number of years of experience, you do not need to enter 100% of your experience. You need to enter only the minimum required. So although Mr. Arun, he has 25 years of experience, but he needs to enter only 3 years. But one restriction here, only within latest 8 years. What does that mean? That means, let's say Arun is applying for PMP exam after this training in March 2025. He is filling his application in March 2025. Now he has experience since 2000. But can he enter his experience of 2005, 2010, 2012? No. He is allowed to enter only between March 2017 up till March 2025, any 3 years of his choice. It could be with gaps, it could be without gaps, it could be continuous, with gaps also, one project, more than one project, one company, more than one company, one country, more than one country. It's purely your choice. So for example, he can enter one project from 2019, let's say January 2019 up till June 2020. This is project one of 18 months. He needs to enter 18 more months. So maybe he enters one project from January 2022 to December 2022. So that will become 12 months. He needs to enter minimum one more project of 6 months. So let's say he enters one project from July 2024 up till, let's say, February 2025. Although it is more than 6 months, but now his experience of 36 months requirement is fulfilled. Is this point clear to everyone? Any question or confusion from anyone?
I was not working on a specific project because I'm working on a long-term contract which has multiple projects, not a specific project. So
See,
can I
in
just
the CV, you can mention working on multiple projects in the same paragraph, but for the sake of exam application for PMP, you are not allowed to mention multiple projects in a single paragraph. So you have to mention separately, right? But it should not be that, let's say you for example, you say from January 24 up till December 24, I worked on project 1, I worked on project 2, I worked on project 3. So 12 months, 12 months, 12 months. It is not 36 months. It is still 12 months. So
let me correct
you need to mention 36 months. Yes, please go ahead.
let me correct my questions. Not a specific project, not a multiple projects. I am in a contract administration where I'm working as I have a different contract administration role. So I'm not specifically engaged in any projects.
So you want to say you have never worked on a project
No, in my
in
past
last 8 years.
last 8 years, I have never worked in projects,
Okay. Then
specific projects.
then quick answer is you are not eligible to apply for PMP exam unless until you write fiction in your application, right?
Uh-huh.
You can further discuss with me separately
Sure.
at the end of the lecture, right?
Okay.
Any other question from anyone? Now it's not necessary that your title was a project manager. It could be anything, but the way you need to write, that is important. So what I usually do, that I share a guideline, a sample project description, that this is how you should enter your exam application. Plus, once you draft your application, I suggest you to send it to me before you submit, just to review your application as well, right? So I believe all of you are clear about this first requirement, that is experience. Second requirement is the training requirement. And after the session is completed, inshallah, we are uh, planning to finish this course on 22nd, inshallah, 22nd of February. So just next day, inshallah, 23rd of February, you will receive your certificates in soft copy in your WhatsApp messages. So that certificate will fulfill your requirement about the training. So 35 hours of training or it is also called as 35 PDUs. PDU stands for Professional Development Unit or contact hours. So 35 hours of training is required. And once you finish this course from me, or maybe even if you attend from anyone else, this is considered as your second prerequisite. Any question or confusion on the training requirement?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, please.
Uh, for the training contact hours, is there any expiry time?
No.
It's forever? Valid
As
forever?
per current policy of PMI, and I see this policy at least since 2004 in place, that there is no expiry of these training certificates. In future, if they change it, we cannot say, but as of now, there is no expiry of these training certificates. Even after 10 years, 15, 20 years, you can still apply for the exams on these training certificates. But even in this session, I have few candidates who have recently means, let's say 2 years ago, 4 years ago, they have attended my PMP course. And they know this point that their previous training certificate is still valid to apply for the exam. But after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, as you forget everything, so the easier way is to refresh the knowledge by sitting in the training again, right? So I hope I have answered your question. Any other
Uh,
question?
so, sir, actually, I have one question. By chance, any class is missed out. Then I will come confirm this 35 contact hours.
See, in the certificate, you will still get the same certificate,
Okay.
right? As we are not taking attendance here, right? We just trust you that you are responsible enough.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question, please, or concern? Okay. So I believe this is clear, these two requirements. And remember, so far I have not mentioned any document requirement at this stage. So remember, in the first stage, when you are filling your application, first stage, one, when you are filling your application, at this stage, no documents are to be attached or uploaded. Once again, when you are entering your education details, when you are entering your work experience details of 3 years or 5 years, you are entering your training details. At this stage, you are not supposed or required to upload or attach any documents. In case your application, after it is submitted, after you submit your application, 10% of the applications are selected randomly for the audit process. In case your application is not in the audit, no further questions or evidence requested from you. That means 90% of the candidates, they do not need to provide any experience letter, any degree or transcript, any training certificate. But remember, information you have to type that from this university in this year, from this year to this year, I registered in this program. From this training institute, from this date to this date, I attended 35 hours of project management training. So you need to enter all the 100% of the candidates, they need to provide this information, but 90% of them may not need to provide any document later on. But 10%, if you are selected randomly for the audit, then you need to provide these four things. Number one, education certificate. You have written in your application, I have done masters, I have done bachelor's from this university in this subject, and from this year to this year, you need to upload degree or transcript. You have mentioned I have worked in these companies during those 3 years. Once again, I will take example of Harun, who has 25 years of experience. So in case his application comes in the audit process, he does not need to provide experience letters of all 25 years. He needs to provide experience letters of only the selected 3 years he has mentioned in his application. So number two, experience letters. Number three, email contact that you have already mentioned in your application, but once your application comes in the audit, PMI will contact your supervisors through email to request them to verify that is this information provided by this candidate correct or not. So make sure you mention the contact information of those bosses which you still have good relationships with. If you left a company in a bad way, do not mention that company in your experience. Number four, training certificate. These are the four things required in case your application comes in the audit process. Any question or confusion, please?
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Regarding experience letter, if we are working in same company under 3-4 projects, okay, either one letter is enough for all this to cover all these projects, or we need to make
See,
3-4
experience
different.
letters generally do not contain project specific information, right? Experience
Okay.
letters generally they do not contain project specific details. So that is fine. PMI will accept that. They only want to verify that yes, you were part of that company during those mentioned years. That's it. Additionally, your supervisors who worked with you on those projects, they will verify that yes, this information that you have written in your application is correct. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question from anyone?
Yes, Mr. Abubakar, I have one question.
Yes, please.
That in these required number of years, if you have not been working on all phases of the project, for example, you are working in the closeout phase only for last 3 to 5 years or in 8 years, then in that case,
As I said that sometimes it is maybe practically you have not worked on that, but for the sake of application, you may have to um, take benefit of some fiction in your application to get it accepted. So you may have to present it in a certain way
got it.
that it gets accepted.
Yeah.
Any other question, confusion from anyone? Okay, the exam is 230 minutes. It's one test only. Multiple choice questions, 180 multiple choice questions. Result is given on the spot. So any question or confusion on this slide before I move forward?
Yeah, are these exams online only or both in person or online?
See, this exam, you have two options. Either you can go to some exam center or you can give exam from home also, right? Highly recommended that please only give exams from the test centers. Do not give exam from home. It's a very risky and bad experience, right? Do not think that maybe if I'm giving exam from home, then maybe I can use or the book also or some help from the friends also. That is not possible. In fact, that there will be a person who will be monitoring you all the time, and that disturbance is not good for you. And sometimes, multiple times it happened, my students shared this bad experience, so that's why I suggest do not give exams from home. That sometimes that person who is monitoring you, he gets angry and he cancels your exam also, right? So that's why I suggest please give your exams from the test centers. Big city means like Riyadh, Jeddah, Jubail, Kubar, Lahore, Karachi, Peshawar. Every big city has multiple exam centers. You can easily book exams on these centers. And the frequency of the exam is not like this that after every 3 months or 6 months, it is available almost every working day. Multiple slots are available. You can book it according to your convenience. Any question or confusion?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Sir, may I know can you guide us in Riyadh or Dammam? Do you have your own test
Yes,
center?
not on. These are general test centers. They are taking exams of PMI also. They are taking exams of other bodies also. So there are centers available in Riyadh also. There are centers available in Dammam also. And even if you like, you can go to Bahrain also. You can give exam in Bahrain also. If you want to do party after you pass, you can go to Bahrain also. Or even if you fail,
Sir, how about
there are many places to forget your failure also in Bahrain.
we just find them only by Google them
And no,
PMI?
no, no, you do not need to Google, right? You just need to follow the process step by step. After your application is accepted and you have paid the exam fee, after that you can find all the centers available in any city you like to search, right? But from the experience of other students, I am telling you, there are centers available in Riyadh also, Dammam also, Khobar also, Bahrain also, right? Any other question, please?
How about Jeddah?
Yeah, Jeddah for sure is a big city. So definitely it is there as well.
Assalamu alaikum. In
Walaikum salam.
Pakistan,
Yes.
Multan is available. Multan or
I'm 99% sure there will be multiple centers. Multan is also a big city, right? So maybe what you can do, right? Even if you do not have, you can travel to any nearest big city, but otherwise you can Google Pearson VUE. You will find centers, but remember this is only to see if center is available in your city or not. So Pearson VUE centers are authorized to take PMP exams, but you cannot directly call them or visit them to book the exam. You will do the exam scheduling or booking only through the website of PMI, right? But if you just want to check any center availability in your city, Pearson VUE centers are authorized to take the PMP exams. Yes, please. Any question or confusion? So it's a computer-based exam. I already explained about that. Authorized test centers are online from home also, but home experience is not recommended. Do not give that. Do not choose that option. 180 questions, all multiple choice questions, and remember, all these questions will come as a set of 60, 60, and 60 questions. After you finish 60 questions, you can take a 10 minutes break. After that break, when you start the second 60 questions, you cannot go back to the first set of 60 questions. Once again, once you finish the second 60 questions, again you can take a 10 minutes break. After that, you can do third set of 60 questions. Any confusion about this point?
Actually, this regarding the centers, exam centers, we need to pay any additional amount for the centers?
Yeah, as I mentioned, first you will submit your application, number
Okay.
one. Number two, then you will pay the exam fee
Okay.
on PMI's website. Number three, then you will search and schedule your exam.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Okay, any other question?
Is the 10 minutes break is included into 230 minutes or separate?
No, separate. So 10 minutes break is not included in 230 minutes. So on average, you have 76 seconds to answer each question. But remember, it's purely your choice that how much time you want to spend on each question. If you want, if you spend, let's say, 2 minutes on a question, it's your choice. If you answer a question in 10 seconds and click on next, it will go to next question. Or if you feel that this question's topic subject is not, you are weak in that, you do not want to spend time on that right now, without answering, you can click on next question. So within these 60 questions, you can go forward, backward, you can modify the answers, you can skip the questions without answering also. So this is how it goes. Any question, confusion?
Excuse me. This will be online test, right? The
Yeah.
exam.
Yeah.
So the video will be on, or how would it be conducted?
See, if you are giving exam from home, you have to arrange everything, including the camera, mic, everything. Clean environment, good internet, good laptop, everything you have to arrange yourself. If you go to exam center, all these things are already available there, including the camera. So you do not have to arrange anything if you are giving exam from an exam center. Is it clear? Any other question?
If there is any options available for the flag, it's mean I want to answer this question as a letter. So that symbol should be remembered to me. I need to answer the letter. That it's called there is any flag option.
Yes, there is flag option available. Means if you do not want to answer, let's say question number 23, right? So you can flag it, and once you are you are done with 60 questions, you can go to the main screen, the dashboard, where all the questions are shown numbers only, with few of them as flagged, including question number 23. So you can directly click on question number 23 to go back and maybe answer it now, or maybe change the answer. Sometimes you answer a question and still you want to give it a second thought. So still you can flag, right? Any
Okay.
other question?
Maybe
Yeah.
sorry. Some question I make the example option A. So when I revising the second time, that time I want to change the option A from the B. Is possible or
Possible,
only?
but
Okay.
only within those 60 questions which you are working on right now.
Understand.
Right? Yes, please. Any other
Okay.
question from anyone else?
Thank you.
Okay, there is no negative marking. So there is no benefit of leaving any question as unanswered. So even if you do not know the concept, still try to select anything, give a best guess. Do not leave any question as unanswered. Out of 180 questions, 5 questions are considered as pre-test questions. Pre-test questions have zero weightage. Zero weightage means regardless of your answer, it was correct or wrong, or you left it blank, it will have no impact in your final score. But remember, there is no indication for you that this is a pre-test question. So you will have to respect all the questions equally, right? So please do not leave any question as unanswered. You will have to give your best effort on each question. Any question or confusion on this point?
We need one guidelines from you. It's mean normally as per your experience, which is the things we need to do in the examination, which is the things we don't want to do in the examination. Example, as of me, I know only the one thing. Normally, any kind of the examination, I am following, which is the question easily I know, so I can answer directly. I'm not spending the time more. Which is the question I don't know, I will come to the second section that time only. So
Yeah.
same like this,
Yeah.
as per your guideline.
Yeah, right.
After the complete this section, we are requesting to you. Sorry, don't mind it wrong.
No
So
problem.
we
Yeah.
need from you, which is a thing we need to do, which is thing don't want to do. So
Yeah.
it's
So
our
that is a
requesting.
good approach. That do your exam in multiple iterations. Do not impose on yourself that I have to answer every question before I move forward. Just have few seconds, quick glance, that if you feel yes, this question is maybe you can handle it, then maybe spend another 15 seconds on that. But just in within 3-4 seconds, if you have a feeling, oh, there's a tough question, tough subject, skip it. Assuming that while you are going through the next few questions, maybe some idea will come in your mind that will help you in answering this question that you are leaving it now, or maybe in the statement of some next questions coming, there might be some hint about the concept required in this question that you are leaving right now. So as you move forward, you come in a flow, and then it becomes easy for answering those questions that you have left already or skipped already, right? Any other point, please?
Sorry, if you are providing any blueprint after the section, example, there is a different kind of the topic. So, like this topic, 20% of the question is coming, or other topic, 30%. So, can you suggest like any blueprint based upon the topic, the percentage of the
See,
question?
there are officially by PMI, they have two percentages shared about the exam. 1% is on the topic of people and process and business. That you have these three things in the projects. You have people, means team, stakeholders. You have processes, and you have some business value. Why you are doing the project? So remember, 42% of the questions will come from people domain. 50% of the questions will come from process domain. And 8% of the questions will come from business domain. So total is 100%. This is 1% given by PMI. And at the same time, PMI has given another split predictive, which is waterfall, and adaptive, which is agile. 50% of the questions will come from predictive style, 50% of the questions will come from adaptive style. So both percentages are applicable at the same time. That means there could be a question which is related to business and agile at the same time. Or there could be a question which is related to processes and predictive at the same time. So this is the official split shared by PMI. Other than that, there is no percentage available. But remember, do not mix these people, process, and business with set 1 and 2 and set 3 in the exam. It will not be like this, that set 1 is all about people, set 2 is all about process, set 3 is all about business. No, all the sets have 60 questions, 60 questions, 60 questions. And each set may have questions from these topics and these topics at the same time. So there is no sequence of questions related to the subjects in the sets. Is this point clear to everyone? Any question or confusion?
I hope you will provide the question bank in the future, maybe after the section or during the section.
Do
the question.
not worry. Do not worry. We just started. So
Thank you. Sorry.
everything will
Okay.
come. Don't worry. Yes, please. Any other question, confusion from anyone? Okay, now the passing marks. So remember, there is no passing marks disclosed by PMI. Once again, there is no official number shared, disclosed by PMI that this is the passing marks. No. Only there is a guess, rough idea that you can assume roughly 60 to 75% if you are scoring in this much in the real exams. Inshallah, you will pass the exam, but this is just an estimate or guess only, rough estimate only. This is not given by PMI, number one. Number two, even your result, which is shown to you after your exam is finished, that is only in qualitative form. That is not in quantitative form. What does that mean? Quantitative means numbers. That you scored 83%, you scored 53% like this. No. They do not tell you your numerical score. They only tell you pass or fail, qualitative ranking, overall pass or fail, so overall pass or fail, and then you have 3 sets or domains. You remember which 3 domains? Can you tell me? People, right. People, process, and business. So within these 3 domains, they tell you that you are either on target individually, people individually, process individually, business individually, or below target or above target. That means they only tell you qualitative assessment, ranking only. So overall pass and fail. So once you finish your exam on the same computer at the end of the exam, within few seconds, you will get to know pass or fail. And once you come outside of the lab attendant will give you a printout on which you will have written that overall you have passed or failed. Plus, additionally, in these 3 domains, people, process, and business, were you on target or above target or below target. This is your result, but remember, this is not your PMP certificate. Those people who pass, they will additionally receive maybe in 2 weeks, 1 week soft copy of their PMP certificate. And on the PMP certificate, nothing is mentioned related to your performance in the exam. So one PMP certified cannot claim that I scored more than you. Any question or confusion from anyone on this point? Clear for everyone? कोई हूँ हाँ कर दिया करो यार, सो तो नहीं गए सारे, कितने सारे?
Yeah, no, actually
Yes,
clear,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
clear, sir, clear.
Clear, sir.
Yeah, one more thing, sir. This
Yes,
in this
yes.
session, if the Riyadh people are more, then you can change the prayer time. Actually, now prayer already started here. 6:05 is, I think, I don't know which area of the Saudi Arabia
Yeah, we will just
selected.
in 10 minutes, inshallah, we will take prayer break, right?
Okay.
Because there are few people from Jeddah also. And for some people, it's Maghrib time. For some people, it will be Isha time in some other areas. So that's fine. Okay. So any other question, confusion so far, whatever I have explained?
No, sir.
Okay,
No.
this is how the exam software will look like.
One question.
Yes,
Actually, it's
please.
for the beginning. You started. The record will be only 7 days. This is the what video you are sharing the session or what? What is that?
Just like this, that let's say you just mentioned we have prayer time here, and of course, prayer is more important than PMP. So if you decide to leave in between and come back later on, so maybe from the recordings you can cover later on that whatever was discussed. Or maybe you have a doctor appointment, you have anything else, और बेगम ने कहा जा यार दही लेके आ बाजार से छठ पर PMP की करनी. So anything can happen, right? You have stakeholder management also. So any part you miss because of any reason, you can cover it from the recording. So for that, I will make it available for 7 days without download. You can watch it only online. After 7 days, I will remove it, inshallah. Okay,
Okay.
come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only 7 days.
Yeah, only 7 days. 7 days too much. Okay.
No, actually, just somebody have a tendency to watch it after the session, complete session completion.
Okay. Okay, now coming back to this slide. So exam software will look like this, that there will be two screens. This is screen number 1, where each question will come one by one in this format in front of you. You will have question and options available. You will have a next button. You will have a previous button. You will have a clock time coming here, remaining time, burn down. You will have a button to start the calculator if you feel some calculation is required. You can flag it for review, this question which is in front of you right now, or at any time, you can click on review screen, and this review screen is screen 2. So it will show you all the questions in a single view. And if you have flagged question number 14, for example, here, it will be shown here. If you have any question as unanswered, so question number 7 is unanswered, so you can directly click on that. So whenever you click on a question, it will go to screen number 1. Whenever you click on the review screen, it will go to screen number 2. So it's your choice whenever you like to click next, previous, how much time you want to spend, and when you click on end review. So if it is set number 1 and set number 2, it will give you a break. If it is set number 3, it will show you the result. Any question or confusion?
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Sir, I have one question. In the screen one, it's mentioning remaining time.
Yeah.
So it's remaining time for the
Whole exam.
set of 60
Because there is
questions.
no fixed time allotted for each set. Right?
Okay.
So you have to maintain on average that, let's say, after 80 minutes or after 75 minutes, I should be going to close this session, set number 1. Right? Maybe you finish in 60 minutes. Maybe you spend 90 minutes on that, set number 1. So this remaining time is coming for the whole exam. Any other question? Clear for everyone?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now we have exam fee, right? So before I explain you the membership, so this is the exam fee. Exam fee, if you are a member of PMI, then the exam fee is $405. If you are not a member of PMI, then the exam fee is $655 US. That means taking the membership is not mandatory. It is optional. But there is a good discount if you take membership. And how much is the fees for the membership? Only $139 US. So now you can add up that if you first spend $139 and then pay $405, so it is lesser than almost $100 lesser than if you directly pay for the exam fee without taking the membership. But remember, this is only for first or one attempt. Inshallah, you shall pass in first attempt, but this is the fee for one attempt. In case you could not pass in first attempt, you can give the second attempt again $275 if you are a member, or $375 if you are not a member. This is second attempt, and third attempt also same fee. So with one application approval, you can give exams up till up to three times in 1 year. Any question or confusion from anyone?
This membership, what is the validity per year, renewal anything
1 year.
yearly?
This
1
is
year.
for 1 year, but it is not required that if you pass the exam, inshallah, after 1 year, you have to take the membership again. There is no such requirement.
Okay.
So maybe in the first year, as it is going to save you, so do take the membership. After that, do not continue. But remember, there is a checkbox of auto renewal. By default, it might be checked. So uncheck it. Otherwise, after 1 year, you will get some good morning message from your bank that your card has been charged by this much amount. Thank you very much. Right? So remember, first year, it makes sense to take the membership. After that, you can discontinue. Any question?
Yes. For example, I take the membership and pass the exam. This
Inshallah.
certificate has also a validity duration.
Yes, there is a 3 years validity, but I will explain it after the break. Inshallah, I have a slide for that. Any other question related to this slide, please? Okay, so the membership is $139, and that is waived from your examination fee. In fact, it is going to add you some saving as well, around $100. But remember one more point. For some countries, selected countries, there is like maybe $100+ discount. Otherwise, PMI has standard fee for the PMP. But maybe for last few years they have introduced, or they are nice enough to offer some discounts for some countries which are unfortunately troubled countries, right? So they are offering some discount, additional discount to those countries, including Pakistan. And it started in, I think, 2021 because of the floods. I'm not sure it is still there or not, but up till last year end, it was there. So maybe it is still there. I'm not sure. Yemen is also there. Lebanon is also there. So maybe you can try that. Plus another saving for you, if let's say you are from Pakistan, Lebanon, Yemen, or any other country where you do not have VAT or GST. Like in Saudi Arabia, you have 15% VAT. In India, you have, I think, 16% GST. So if you are living in KSA and you belong to Pakistan or any other country where you do not have VAT, so give your postal address of your home country. You will not have to pay VAT. Otherwise, you will have to pay $555 roughly for the membership plus the exam plus 15% VAT as well. So if your company is paying, mashallah, wonderful. But if you are paying from your pocket, it's better if you give your home address if you belong to any such country where you do not have VAT or tax applicable. And it's not necessary that if you give your home address of Pakistan, then you have to give exam from Pakistan. You can still give exam from Saudi Arabia, but these are few tips to save some amount on your exam fee. Any quick question before we take a break here?
Yeah, if we give the address from Pakistan for postal address, do we have to pay also from Pakistan or we can pay from
No, you can
Saudi
pay
Arabia?
from anywhere. Just your address will be from Pakistan. Any other question here? Okay, let's take a 20 minutes prayer break here. After 20 minutes, inshallah, we will resume. You can remain connected on the same link.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
काहे देखना रिकॉर्डिंग बाद में देख के कल देखना बता प्रशांत प्रशांत ज्वाइन कर रहा है अब्दुल्ला मोहम्मद शरीफुद्दीन दोनों भी शरीफ सर भी ज्वाइन करें ये करेंगे जी हाँ बहुत सारे लोग हैं पर आ रहा क्यों नहीं माइक्रोफोन की सामने होता है स्पीच आना
I'm back now. Any question before I resume?
Assalamu alaikum.
No, no question.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, so I was explaining you the PMI membership. So additionally, some additional benefits that you get access to PMI library from where you can download the official standards publications. Plus, you become part of a worldwide community. So in each major city, you have PMI chapters. There are some gatherings, breakfasts, seminars. So you get a chance to meet others from that region in same or different industries. So you make network connections. Plus, you can review PMI conducted salary surveys also to see how much is the difference if you do PMP versus if you do not do PMP in your average income. So generally, generally 16% higher salary packages for those who are PMP certified with same, let's say, planning engineer with 10 years experience without PMP and with PMP, you can expect on average there will be 16% salary difference. So just to show you what we have covered so far, the requirements of PMP, experience and training, then the audit process, exam information, the interface, the software, and the PMI membership plus the pricing. So any question from anyone up till this point? Now someone asked this question that is there any validity of PMP exam? Yes, someone wants to ask something. Yes, Mishpa, you want to say something?
No, nothing.
Okay. So after passing PMP exam, this title, you are given this title of PMP for 3 years. But after 3 years, you can extend it for another 3 years without exam, provided if you keep on collecting more training hours. So just like in order to apply for the exam, you need how many hours of certificate? 35 PDUs. After you become PMP certified, now again your counter will start from zero, and in next 3 years, if you attend more trainings of total 60 hours or more, then your certification will be renewed for another 3 years without exam. But in case you do not have 60 PDUs after, PDU means Professional Development Unit, 1 hour of learning is equal to 1 PDU. So after 3 years, if you do not have 60 PDUs, at the end of the third year, your certification will be suspended. Even if you have 59 PDUs. You have 0 PDUs, 30 PDUs, 59 PDUs, same treatment. So at the end of fourth year, your certification, at the end of third year, your certification will be suspended. And you will be given a fourth year as a warning period. In that fourth year, if you collect these missing PDUs, your certification will be reverted back to normal state. In case even after fourth year, still you do not have 60 PDUs, then your certification will be terminated. And now in future, whenever you need it in life again, you will have to appear in the exam again. Any question or confusion from anyone?
This 60 PDs should be in one step or over a
No.
period of
In 3 years. For
in
example,
3.
you can attend different trainings of 5 hours, 12 trainings of 5 hours each. Right?
Okay.
So there is no distribution that it should be all in the first year or third year or second year or equal. No, it's up to you. Any time in 3 years, let's say in the first year 5 PDUs, next year 0 PDUs, and the third year 55 PDUs. It's up to you. For example, I tell you that many of my students, and again I'm telling you, I'm not the only source. You can take these trainings from anyone else also. Still it is acceptable by PMI. So let's say after your PMP, and here in this course also, as many of you, they availed this offer of 5 or more group registration. So with that, I gave PMP plus P6 free, right? So with my Primavera P6 course, I gave a certificate of 20 PDUs. With my Microsoft project course, I gave 20 PDUs. People who recently attended my RMP course, I gave 40 PDU certificate for that. My ACP course, 23 PDUs. And sometimes even people who have passed PMP, sometimes they sit in my PMP course again just to take another 35 PDUs, which is required for PMP renewal. So for example, after you pass PMP, anytime in future, I keep on offering these courses after every few months. So let's say you attend my P6 course and you attend my RMP course. So 40 PDUs plus 20 PDUs, this becomes 60 PDUs. So it is good enough to renew the PMP. And with these 40 PDUs, just like in order to apply for PMP exam, you need 35 hours of project management training, which we are doing right now. In order to give the RMP certification exam, you need 40 PDUs for risk management training. So this 40 PDUs will be double counted. One, in order to renew your PMP, it will add 40 PDUs. And at the same time, same certificate can be used for RMP exam application also. So your PDUs could be double counted. Any question or confusion from anyone?
What is ACP? What is ACP?
Agile Certified Practitioner.
Sir, for the extension of our certificate from PMP, so we have to upload the documents again, and they will just
Once
extend.
again, there is an audit process. Sometimes they ask you, sometimes they randomly tell you to upload the certificate, or they skip it also. So once again, not 100%, but maybe here in this case, 30-40%. Is it clear?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Sir, as we are doing this PMP training before the conductor of exam, and definitely will be going through P6 course before the exam. So is it eligible that we are conducting a
See,
training
for this
before the
PMP training, for sure it has to be before the exam. Only then you can apply for the exam. Right? For
sir,
Primavera training, okay, I can give you some favor that I can give you certificate after you pass the exam, so that you can consider it under 20 PDUs for 60 PDUs requirement for renewal also. There I can give you some favor.
So thank you so much. That's what I
Okay.
want.
Okay. Any other question, confusion? Okay, some sample questions. Just to give you an idea that how they ask questions in the exams, and using this opportunity, we will learn some concepts also, right? So do not assume or do not think that, or do not become upset that I have not explained any concept and I've started asking you questions. So this is just to give you an idea about the format of the exam and taking this opportunity to learn some terms and some concepts also. Okay, so sometimes in the exam, they ask questions in this way that these are the 4 options. Out of these 4 options, 3 options are true and one option is false. So you have to point out which one is the false option. So for example, the question statement says, which of the following is not true of obtaining project plan approval? So can you read all three, four options and can you tell me what is the right answer?
C, only one person needs to approve the project management plan.
It's C.
Can anyone explain me what is the meaning of first option? Until you obtain plan approval, you do not need to put changes to it through change control. Can anyone explain the meaning of this option?
Until the plan is got approved, whatever changes happened in the plan, we don't need to take a approval to do the changes, or through the change control, we don't need to maintain.
Anyone else?
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because it is still under the process of thoughts, okay, and different ideas not yet approved. Okay, so we can make any change without going through any change control authority.
Right.
Sir, change control only comes into action after, I think, baselining of the project plan.
When we say baseline, what is meant by baseline?
Approved plan.
It means we have defined a standard with which we will compare it in the times to come.
Approved plan. So baseline is your approved plan. Before the plan is approved, before the plan is declared as a baseline, you can make changes into it without raising a change request, because before the baseline, it is a draft plan. So what do you think? This option A is true or false?
True.
True.
It's
True. And question is asking about false option. So this cannot be an answer. Second option, change control, makes sure that only approved changes can make it into the approved plan. This is just an extended story of the same option A. This is also true. Cannot be an answer. Only one person needs to approve the project management plan, and that is the project manager. True or false?
False.
Because if the project manager is the one who is going to approve the plan, he will give flexible timing, flexible resources, flexible funding, easy scope, right? Which is not the case. So that's why this is a false option. What about fourth option? It is important for the entire team to buy into. What is meant by buy into?
To involve inside the project.
Stakeholders, taking the stakeholders.
Involve, participate, ownership, consensus, agreement. So if you impose a plan on the team, is this a better approach? Or if you involve the team in making the plan to baseline, which one gives you higher chances of success of the project?
Involve.
Involve, buy into.
Involve.
So it is important. So true or false? D option is true or false?
True.
True.
It's true.
So C is the right answer. So we learned few new terms here. Next question, another very important question, very important concept. Let's say we have to construct a wall in 10 days and 1000 real is the budget. At the end of 4 days, we have completed 20% and we have spent 300 reals. Assuming linear planning, 10% daily achievement and 10% daily spending. What is meant by linear planning means equally distributed, uniformly distributed. On all 10 days, each day we will spend 100 real and we will complete work how much? 10%. So now can you tell me what is the current status applicable on this project?
I think option D.
Everyone agrees with D option or any different answer?
Option B.
Okay, let me explain a little more. Total duration is how much? 10 days. Total budget is how much? 1000 reals. And where we are standing right now at the end of 4th day. So how much time has passed in percentage?
40%.
40%.
40% time has passed. How much budget we have spent?
30%.
30%. How much work we have completed?
20%.
10%.
20%. So now in 40% time, we have completed 20% work. Is it a good situation or a bad situation?
A bad situation.
Bad
Bad
situation.
situation.
Bad situation on the time factor. We are behind schedule. So easily we can rule out A and C. Clear for everyone? Any confusion?
Can you, sir, tell this term is a SPI?
Which term?
This, as we are going behind the schedule
Yeah.
time-wise, so it can be SPI.
Where is SPI?
Schedule
Where
performance
on this
index.
slide there is SPI?
No, it's related to this, I think. So
Forget
that's
it.
why I asked.
Forget it. Right?
Okay, sir.
Only focus on what I am explaining right now.
Got
We
it, sir.
will
Got it.
come to that when we will need it. Okay? Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Any other confusion from anyone? ऐसी मजाक में एक बात कहूँ, हमारे एक टीचर थे, वो कहते होते थे जब वजू पढ़ा रहे होते हैं ना तो उसमें गुसल के फराइज गुसल के मसाइल नहीं पूछते होते। ठीक है, तो अभी हम वजू करना सीख रहे हैं। धीरज,
We are learning, sir, from you.
Don't worry, we will come to that. Everything we will come step by step, slowly, inshallah.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Right?
Thank you, sir.
Because maybe you know it, but if I answer your question, others may get confused. So that's why I take it in step by step. Okay. So please, anyone else? So this is, I believe, clear for everyone. Ahead of schedule is not a possible answer. Now, what about spending wise? Are we going good or bad? Now again, there are two comparisons here. In 40% time, we have spent how much budget?
30%.
30% budget. This is one way to look at it. Right? Second way to look at it, on 20% of the work completed, we have spent how much budget?
30%.
30%. Right? So if we go with first comparison, is it giving you a positive picture or negative picture?
Positive picture.
Negative. It's positive, sir.
Positive. If we compare according to first logic, So we may select saving money. But if we go with second comparison, that on 20% completed work, we have spent 30% of the budget, it gives you negative picture.
Yes.
So both comparisons are there. But which one is correct or logical? What do you think? Is it positive
Second half.
situation or negative situation?
Negative.
Negative situation.
It's negative situation. So remember, whenever we are looking at the cost related comparison, we shall always compare spending against the accomplishment, not spending against the time passed. So this is the wrong comparison. This is the right comparison. This is the wrong option. This is the right option. Any confusion from anyone? One more point here. When we say linear planning, in the books, in the exams, in the class examples, we always assume linear planning. Reason, we have to quickly visualize it. But when you are working on real life projects, your planning is uniformly distributed or non-linearly distributed. What do you think? Your real life projects?
Non-linear, sir.
Non-linear.
Non-linear.
Non-linear. Maybe on first week we will do a different proportion. In the coming weeks, we will increase or decrease the progress rate. Right? Please keep your mics to mute mode unless and until you have to ask something. So your real life projects will be non-linear. But in the classroom, in the books, in the exams, all the questions will consider linear planning. The concepts will always remain same. It will not change anything. Only difference is here we have to just visualize within seconds. In reality, we do not have to visualize. Primavera P6 or Microsoft project or any other third, fourth project management software will take care of that to tell you that are we going as per plan or not. Any confusion from anyone on this point? Next question. You are a project manager for a railroad construction project. Your sponsor has asked you for a forecast. Now I want to first know from you, then I will also explain to you. When we say, now the question is about cost related numbers. When we say cost related forecast or cost related plan, what is the difference between these two? Can anyone tell?
Cost related to forecast means the next coming, suppose in next 10 days, how much money cost we required. A plan can be for complete project.
Anyone else?
Cost
Forecast is
planning. So
estimated cost.
One by one, Hassan, Sarfraz. Yes, please.
Yes, I think forecast will be the estimated cost for the project.
Okay, Mohammed.
the cost related plan means optimized plan.
Can we say both are for future, or one of these is for future and other is for
Both are future. Both are future.
both are future, right? Yes, please go ahead. Someone was saying something.
The forecast can be we can say that during the execution of the project, and when the project is going on, what should be the cost at the end of the project. So plan at the start when we are not executing anything. So maybe just like this.
Can you tell me numbers in this situation? I am going back to previous question that we have already discussed. Can you tell me how much is the cost plan here in this situation?
1,000 SR.
Land is 400 and
all of you
we
agree
have
with this?
spent
1000 real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plan, approved plan, baseline, budget is 1000 real.
Yes, yes.
Right? Now, can you tell me in this situation how much is the cost related forecast? Very easy question and interesting question.
300 plus
100% daily.
1,500.
All of you agree on this number? Anyone to disagree?
I think
How, sir, 1,500?
no 300 minus 600.
Yeah, I think it's correct. 1,500.
On 20% of the work, we have spent 300 reals.
Yeah, 700 balance. That's correct.
Assuming we will continue this bad performance or overspending, 100% will cost you 1,500 real. This is the simple, easy logic here. Right? So this is the difference between plan and the forecast. Plan is before you started execution. Forecast is during the execution, some surprises will appear, some bad news will come, some cost overruns, some accidents, some market prices fluctuations. Now you are giving a picture, updated picture to the top management that, sir, if it continues like this project may cost us 1,500 instead of 1,000. This is the meaning of cost forecast. Is this point clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
So forecast can be positive or negative, only negative. In this situation is negative.
See, the number will not be negative. But yes, your question I understand. It could be saving as well. That we are saving, we may continue the saving. And at the end of the project, it could be less than what was approved. Right? But logically, the forecast can never be negative if the project is not finished. For sure, whatever is left will cost you something, even 1 cent, 1 real, anything. It cannot be negative at least. Okay. So the question is, the sponsor is asking you the forecast. So we understood a very important term, cost forecast. Now project has a total budget of $80,000 and a CPI. Now you can understand the term SPI also, but we will leave it for now. CPI I'm explaining. CPI means
Cost performance index.
cost performance index. And maybe we can agree on this that CPI is maybe the most important KPI for the project manager. What is meant by KPI?
Key performance.
Performance index.
Key performance index, right? Or indicator. So cost performance index or key performance indicator. There are many KPIs. Most important could be considered as CPI. So CPI tells you your spending efficiency. Your means the project management team or the project manager, how efficiently he or she is spending the budget of the project. So if we say CPI is equal to 0.95, that means 95% efficiency. Ideally, it should be 1.0 or 100%. If we are spending 100% efficiently, there will be no overspending, there will be no saving. Going exactly as per plan. But if it is less than 1 or 95% less than 100%, what does that mean? Slightly overspending. In other words, we are wasting right now 5% of the budget is going wasted. Very easy example to understand when we will have a CPF 0.95. Let's say this pen, this stylus. In the plan, we consider that in future we will purchase this pen or stylus in $95. This is plan. Now during execution, after a few months, when we go to the market, we found it in $100 instead of $95. So our CPI will become 0.95 in this small mini project example. We wasted $5 out of $100 spent. Is it clear for everyone? Any confusion?
Yes, sir.
So now the project has spent so far $25,000 of its budget so far. How much more money do you plan to spend means the remaining forecast is how much out of these four. So very easily, even without knowing the formula, although there is a formula to calculate the right value, without knowing the formula, still you can answer it right just on this basis. Or do you want to try the answer?
So C, 84.
Option A.
A.
A. Reason 80,000 was the total budget. 25,000 we have spent already. Only one option is less than 80,000. So this is automatically the right answer without spending any time on the calculations. So sometimes this is a very important tip for the exam also. Sometimes in the exams, it is difficult, more difficult to reach to the right answer directly. Easier way is that rule out the wrong answers and whatever is left blindly you can select it as the right answer. So this is one technique to use. So now again we learned few good terms here. Last example is a question here. Let's say you, although recently the feedback is that in the exam such lengthy numerical questions are not coming, but still this topic is very important. So that's why we will learn that as well, that the project duration can be calculated in what way. So let's say we have 9 activities here, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. Their durations are mentioned here. A is 5 days, B 6 days, C 4, D 3, E 1, F 4, G 14, H 12, and I 2. Their predecessors are given. What is meant by predecessor? Anyone?
Activity coming before.
Activity coming before, predecessor, prerequisite. If we say A has no predecessor, what does that mean?
Can start immediately.
Can start
It is
immediately
an
without
it is an
waiting
independent.
for any other activity. Same is true for B. So now, if this is the situation and A once finished, only then we can start C, D, and E. F only when E is finished, G when D and F both are finished. So if this is the situation, how much should be the project duration? Can you take 1 minute and try and suggest the right answer here? So We will spend some time tomorrow on this detailed discussion. This topic is called as CPM, critical path method. So what we do in this, we find out the project duration first by making a network diagram. Start, A and B can start immediately. After A, C and D and E can start. Then these relationships are coming here. So after making this diagram, we find out all the paths between start and end node. These are the 4 paths. The longest path, AEFGI, is of 26 days. This longest path is called as project duration, critical path, and the duration of the critical path is called as project duration. So 26 days is the right answer. Tomorrow, inshallah, we will cover this topic in detail.
Engineer, actually, I have one small doubt.
Yeah.
For during examination, will they provide pen or paper to make calculation for these kind of questions?
They will provide you erasable board sheets, right? So plus the duster also. Marker, duster, erasable sheets. On those sheets, you can do your rough work, right? And from home, I believe they have in the software some board, soft board will be there to do the rough work. So that is how it goes. Clear? Any other question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, project management. What is project management? Definition of project management, very easy. The application of skills and methodologies. Which skills and methodologies? We are going to discuss in coming lectures, inshallah. That allow to deliver a project on time, within budget, and to the specifications. So when I say O1, O2, O3, these are objectives. 3 main objectives of the project. That deliver whatever was agreed, which is called as scope. Deliver it in the cost we have approved or closest possible to that. Complete it in the time we have approved or closest possible to that. So these are the 3 objectives of the project. And the whole project management is about applying the skills and methodologies. So I will explain this point more. This is just like a student of A levels or O levels, let's say O levels. He or she has 3 subjects: physics, chemistry, and bio. What is the target of every student of O levels? That I need to score A star in all 3. Very easy example. Every student's target is to score A star in all the subjects. Now, when we say A star, is A star exactly 100% score? Yes or no?
No.
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 Some range.
Maybe above 90%. I'm not sure. Maybe 95% or above is considered as A star. So when you say A star, that does not mean exactly 100%. Some margin is there. So even if the performance is above that mark, is considered as excellent, A star. Now, some student, maybe he is very good in physics, he got A star, very good in bio, A star, but chemistry is the most hated subject by most of the people. So let's say he or she got B star in that. So maybe his or her parents still might be happy on this performance, the 2 A stars. Right? I'm trying to establish a very simple concept here. So as a student, you do not need to score A star in all the subjects. Still, if you miss in 1-2 subjects, still overall your parents are quite happy. But as a project manager, you have 3 subjects: time, cost, and scope. And your top management will be happy only if you score A star in all 3 at the same time. Now, once again, A star does not mean 100%. That means some variance is there. Time-wise, maybe 1 week late on a 12 months long project. Cost-wise, maybe 3% extra spending. So within acceptable threshold ranges, still if the performance is shown by the project manager, he may get A star in that. Although A star is not there in reality, I'm just giving you a similar example. Symbolically A star. So a project manager needs to score A star in time also, cost also, scope also. It is not possible for the project manager. Let's say the scope of the project was to make a 10-floor building. Time which was approved was 12 months. Cost which was approved was 10 million. Now let's say the project manager completed this 10-floor building. So he got exactly A star in scope. Wonderful. He finished in time. A star. But he spent 13 million on completing that. Maybe C grade. So overall, the project manager's performance is not good here. This as a combination will not be accepted. Right? So this is one very easy example to understand that as a project manager, we need to target to score A star in time and cost and scope, all 3 together. Any confusion from anyone? Now word application. Very important to understand. When we say application, application is not just blind execution, do this, then do this, then do this. No. Let me explain this little more. Word application. Knowledge and experience, which one is more important for anyone to perform a job?
Experience.
Both.
So both.
Both. Knowledge wise, it is very easy to acquire the knowledge. I give examples of everyday life to make it easy for you to understand. I remember in 2000 and I think 2 or 3, at that time I was learning driving. And I was sitting in my office and I requested one of my colleague who used to drive before that. I told him that I want to learn driving. Teach me. He said, no problem. He just took a paper and within 10 minutes, he explained all the concepts of driving to me, that this is the gear, this is the brake, this is the accelerator, this is how you increase the speed or overtake, and this and that, indicator and steering, everything. That was not difficult at all. But all of you, or maybe majority of you, have done the driving, you have passed through this stage. You know that when you actually start driving, it's not a matter of minutes to become expert. So, what do you think? After driving, when you started driving in your early days, and now after 15 to 20 years of experience of driving, do you think there is any improvement in your knowledge? I think no. Knowledge is same.
No.
Then what has improved? Very important, delicate concept that is used in project management. What has improved?
Experience.
Experience.
Under the experience, I want to pinpoint to that term.
Skill.
Application of same tools that you were applying 20 years ago and now you are applying. When to apply brake, how much to increase or decrease the speed at which stage before the speed breaker, when to overtake and when to avoid. This is applying the same tools that you know from day one. But with experience, now your confidence and application and selection has changed. So same tools and techniques, anyone, even there are some fresh candidates in this course also who have never worked on any project before. They can also learn the same terminology as of PMP, that any person with 20, 25, 30 years experience is also gaining the same knowledge that I'm delivering right now. But does that mean both are equal in importance? No. After doing PMP, a person who is PMP certified with 3 years experience and a person who is PMP certified with 25 years of experience or 20 or 15 years of experience, they are not same. Why? They have seen these tools and techniques much more number of times as compared to a junior person. So this is the concept of application. Same tools and techniques, some experienced person will apply differently in different situation, and another person may apply differently. And once again, going with the similar driving example, if you are driving in Pakistan, if you are driving in Saudi Arabia, if you are driving in Europe or Canada or USA, do you drive in the same way? Yes or no? Or do you make some adjustments in your driving style?
No.
Do you make changes? Do you adjust according to the situation, according to the culture, according to the society?
Yes, we have to mentor all these things.
You have to, right? Similarly, project management also, culture to culture, society to society, you may have to adjust. So this all comes under the concept of application. Application of skills and methodologies that allow to deliver a project on number one objective, time. Number two objective, cost. Number three objective, scope. All three together. If all three are met together with slight acceptable variances, then we can say this is successful project management. Otherwise, we will not consider it as a successful project management. Any question or confusion, please?
Clear.
Projects have some characteristics. Each project. They are always temporary. They have some planned start, planned end. Even if there are some delays, still there is a planned end. On the other hand, operations, they are not temporary. Projects are temporary. They have some objectives to meet, time, scope, and cost. They are progressively elaborated. Progressive means step by step improving, increasing, enhancing. We use this term in common English language also. He is a very progressive person. What does that mean? After every few years, we see him better than before. Means step by step improving, gradually increasing. This is the meaning of progressive. Elaboration. Elaboration means details. You use this term in classes also, sir. Please elaborate. Elaborate means give us more details, more examples on this. So projects are progressively elaborated, means more details become available with the passage of time. And when more details become available, if required, we need to consume that information in order to adopt the plans or refine the plans. Why the projects are done? So now here there are two perspectives. Customer side perspective and contractor side perspective. Customer side perspective and contractor side perspective. Who starts the project? Or let me put it in this way. What is the interest of contractor in a project?
Profit.
Profit, benefit.
Profit, money making, revenue. Right? So contractors are offering their services, their expertise, their knowledge, their machines, their technologies, their people to the customer to complete their projects. Against that, they charge for it. So if we say time wise, this is a project. So it started in January, February, March. It will finish in December, let's say. So during the life of the project, who is earning from the project? Customer or contractor?
Contractor.
Contractor. And who is investing or spending?
Customer.
Customer. After the project is finished, then the contractors disappear from the situation, scene, unless until there are some maintenance contracts. And then the customer will start taking the benefit from that finished product. It could be a new smartphone. It could be a new shopping mall. It could be a new software application. It could be anything which gives benefit to the customer. So when a product is produced out of a project, right? When we say the project is finished and a product is produced out of that project, then we say the product is now operational. This is the relationship between projects and operations. When the project is finished, whatever was produced, let's say it was a shopping mall, that shopping mall is now open. We say it is operational. The airport, new airport is operational. And once that product is operational, then in future maybe there are some enhancements, some renovations. Those renovations or enhancements will again be called as a project. Any question or confusion from anyone?
Sir, before you said operation is not a temporary.
Operations are ongoing.
Ongoing. So if is there any activity to start under operation like renovation, it's also a project.
It's also a project.
So project is temporary. So how operation is become non-temporary and project is temporary? This is something confusing.
See, when you are making an airport, it is going to take, let's say, 4 years to complete.
Yes.
Right? After that is completed, it becomes operational.
Right.
Fine. Now, do we have any plan to stop the operations after 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? No.
No.
Right?
Right.
So that's why operations are ongoing. Clear?
Clear. Clear.
Now, on that same airport, let's say after 2, 3 years, we feel that the air traffic is increasing. Now we need one more runway.
Okay.
So we will do another project of maybe another 18 months to add one more runway. And once that is done, that new runway will become operational. Right?
Right.
Any other question, confusion from anyone? Okay. So we discussed that customer is the one who actually starts the project. Contractor is the one who is interested during the life of the project so that he can earn revenue from that by offering resources, manpower, machine, material, tools, equipments, technology, expertise, inspection, anything. Now, project is started by the customer. Now look at it that why customer starts a project. What is the reason? So there are many reasons, few of them are mentioned here, to grab some opportunity in the market. Let's say FIFA 34 is coming in KSA, right? So it's a huge opportunity. So many companies will make new hotels just to take benefit from that opportunity. So making a new hotel is a project. Market demand. Market needs something. For example, same Saudi market example. Let's say we assume that Saudi telecom market needs 1,500 in telecom engineers every year. Very easy example. That Saudi market needs 1,500 telecom engineers every year. The local universities are producing only 500 telecom engineers every year. So there is a difference of 1,000 engineers. Market needs, but they are not producing. So maybe the Ministry of Education can open new universities just to start producing more telecom engineers because market needs more than this. So opening a new university will be considered as a project. Capacity building. Aramco, SABIC, they are installing more refineries, more plants, more equipment just to produce more than before. Or one of the biggest examples in Saudi Arabia, capacity building projects, haram expansion projects in Makkah and Medina. What they are doing? They are increasing the capacity. So they are doing projects to increase the capacity of what? Operations. Hajj and Umrah operations. So they are spending dozens of billions of dollars just to increase the capacity of same Hajj and Umrah operations which are going on. It's a never-ending story. After every few years, you will see new projects launched, new projects introduced. So this is a reason that customer can start new projects just to increase the capacity. Technology changes. 3G to 4G, 4G to 5G. So you see that after these changes, many products in the existing market, they disappear and many new products are introduced or many existing products are enhanced or upgraded. One of the biggest example and one of my favorite company, one of my biggest client also of PMP trainings, Nokia. Nokia was number one in 2004, 5, 6, 7, I think in that time. Number one in cell phone industry. Right? But now they are not even, I think, in top 10 even in the smartphone industry. So when the technology changes, many new companies, they become prominent. Many existing companies, they disappear. So you have to keep on investing on enhancements and upgrading because of technology changes, and this changes or upgrades in the existing products is also a reason to do projects. Regulatory changes, regulatory requirements. Now, two very common terms we use here: standards and regulations. Can anyone tell me the difference between these two? Difference between standard and regulation?
Standards are the mandatory requirement from the customer expectation.
Anyone else?
So standards are generally applied and vary from organization to organization, but regulatory comes under the umbrella of law and order and uh, legal framework. Right?
Rules from the organization.
Very easy example. Let's say this bottle, right? The volume is, I think, 500 milliliter is the volume of this bottle. This is from one company, one manufacturing company, and this is another 500 milliliter from another company. So two different bottles of same sizes from two different companies. Now, what do you think? Can I interchange the caps of these two bottles? Yes or no? Will it fit or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it will. Similarly, these are same size, 500. If one bottle is of 300 milliliters, another bottle is one of 1.5 liter from two different companies, what do you think? Can I interchange the caps? Yes or no?
Still you can. You can
Yes.
change.
Still
Yes,
you
you
can.
can.
So this is an example of a standard. There is no contract between these two companies that you will also follow this, we will also follow this. No, this is only voluntarily adopted. So now when we say ISO standard, Six Sigma standard, so some companies may follow ISO standards, some other companies may not follow. But on that basis, no one will come and arrest the company who is not following ISO standard. It's on the customer. If they are happy with the company who is not ISO certified, fine, they are still allowed to do and search business in the same industry. But regulations, you like it or you do not like it, you have to follow. So sometimes just to comply with the regulation, for example, very easy example, any high rise or tall building structures, if you see, do you notice there is a blinking light on that structure? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
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 Is this for decoration?
No.
Regulation.
No, no.
No.
For
This
safety
is
purpose.
for safety purpose. Safety of what?
Safety of aircraft.
Air traffic, right? Because the air traffic can detect it automatically through some applications. If something is blinking, that means on this side there is something. So this is a regulation. So sometimes you have to comply with the regulations only. You do projects only to comply with the regulations in that industry. For example, recently, I think in 5-10 years, last 5-10 years, there was a regulation in Saudi Arabia that in all the restaurants, the kitchen should be transparent. It's a good regulation. So now if that is declared by the local regulatory bodies, ministries, then you are happy or you are unhappy. You have to comply with that. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. So these are few reasons why we do projects as a customer. Customers are the ones who start the projects. Any quick question before I proceed to the next slide? Now, PMP topics. What is included in this course or what will come in the exam? So remember, the whole PMP is split into these 11 topics. Agile is going to cover 50% of the questions in the exam. So extremely important. Other than that, these 10 are called as 10 knowledge areas. That whenever you have to manage a project, you have to manage scope in that project. You have to manage schedule in that project. You have to manage cost in that project. You have to manage quality in that project, resources, communication, risks, procurement, stakeholder, and integration. These are 10 topics in PMP, 10 chapters or 10 knowledge areas. And this agile is implicitly covered into all these. What was the opposite of agile? You remember?
A waterfall.
Waterfall.
Waterfall, which is also called as predictive. And agile is called as
Adaptive.
adaptive. Now, every project can be, in fact, do not consider it as a universally applicable statement that every project can be done in either or any of these two. No. There is a restriction that if the scope is clear, then maybe you will go with predictive style. If the scope is unclear, then you will go for agile. So whatever project we are doing, regardless it is agile or predictive, it may include all these 10 aspects. So every project may include these 10 aspects. Regardless this project is done in agile way or predictive way. And when we do predictive style, when the scope is clear in the beginning. When we do adaptive or agile, when the scope is unclear. So right now, I will just give you small introduction on all these 10 terms in few minutes each. Later on, we will spend many hours, maybe 2-3 hours on average on each, right? So even if you are not clear in the beginning, later on we will keep on expanding the discussion level on each topic. So starting
Sir, I
with,
have one question, please.
yes, Ahmed.
One question, please.
Yeah.
Agile project management. If we do this part, can we be ACP, any Agile certified practitioner here? Can we apply for that?
You can say PMP includes Agile, but after doing this exam, this is only going to give you one certification, which is PMP. ACP is a separate certification, and that I recommend for those people who are from IT industry. So they shall do ACP because it may test your knowledge about those terms which are purely related to programming or software developers. PMP also covers Agile, but they do not use technical terms which are only related to software industry. But ACP is purely from software industry. So for those who are from any other industry, PMP related knowledge of Agile is more than enough. But if you are from IT industry, I suggest do ACP as well. In fact, ACP is much easier than PMP. Is it clear?
Yes.
Any other question, confusion from anyone? In 5 minutes, inshallah, we will take another break, inshallah. Yes, please. Okay. So starting with scope management, when we say scope, so some people use term scope, some people use term requirements. So can you tell me what is the difference between these two? Scope and requirements.
Same thing.
Scope is to define your expectation, and requirements are the deliverables.
Windows 10. I request please change your name. Today also I mentioned it on the group also that please use your real names, and from tomorrow I will be more strict on this thing, right? So today as it's the first day, so if you do not know, you can just search on internet how to change your ID. So from tomorrow I will be more strict on that. Okay, yes please, are the same thing or any difference? Please come again.
The requirements are
Same thing.
Yes, Mustafa?
yeah, so requirements are being like
The
it goes
requirements
to the
which are needs to
stakeholders and
fulfill
all
the
the people
scope.
who are involved within the project. Like it goes.
Actually, scope defines the requirements.
I think Prasad, you are logged in from multiple devices. So whenever there is an echo like that, that means you are logged in from multiple devices. So from tomorrow, I will remove randomly anyone who will be logged in from multiple devices like this. Okay. So here we are discussing two terms, scope and requirements. If I request you to map these two terms on these two terms, problem and solution. So what do you think? Scope is problem or scope is solution? Requirement is problem or requirement is solution?
Requirement is problem.
Yes, scope is solution.
Scope is the problem.
So do you
think the
create
scope is
problem for the client?
Problem, after finding the problem, then there is a solution, that is requirements to.
Requirement is problem. Scope is solution.
Yes.
We understand the requirements of the project. That means we try to find out why we are doing this project. When we say why we are doing this project, that means we are trying to understand the reason. Indirectly, we are trying to understand the problem of the customer, needs of the customer, expectation of the customer, purpose of the
We are two
project.
guys from we are attending your meeting.
Okay, then
That
when
is the
you
why
are
the
speaking,
disturbance.
then if both are,
Now
yeah,
other guy their mic is on mute.
okay, fine. Okay, fine. So why we are doing a project, when we are trying to understand the reason, justification, needs, expectations, so that is actually understanding the problem statement. So requirement gathering is basically focusing on problems faced by the customer because of which he is thinking to do this project, and then proposing a solution that will address these problems. This is your deliverable or scope. Is this difference clear to everyone? Any confusion? So now customer will give you what? Customer will share with you what? As a contractor, if you are a contractor, customer will explain scope to you, or customer will explain requirements to you?
Requirement.
Requirement, he will share requirement.
Very easy example to understand. Let's say you go to some pharmacy and you tell the salesman that I am having headache and fever. Please suggest me something. And he says, take this Panadol and sleep for some time and you will be okay, inshallah. So you explained what? Scope or requirements?
Requirements.
Requirements. The person who was standing at that pharmacy proposed you what? Scope or requirements?
Scope.
Scope. And you accepted it. He delivered, you paid, and you came home. That's it. So this is one scenario where the customer explained the problems to the contractor proposed the solution, they both mutually agreed, and they delivered. Consider after some time, again you go to another pharmacy after 1 month, few months, and again you are having the same problem, headache and fever, and this time you go and you tell the pharmacy guy, please give me Panadol. So are you explaining requirements to the contractor or the vendor, or you are explaining scope?
Oh.
In this situation, you are explaining scope to the salesman. And what is the reason? That you have faced, Hassan Sarfraz, please keep your mic to mute mode. There is a noise from your side, please. So what's the reason? That this time you are already aware that in this type of typical problems, what is my solution? So sometimes customers, on the basis of their past knowledge, they only tell the scope to the contractor, or sometimes they explain the requirements to the contractor. So the both scenarios are possible. Uh, Here, if there is any question, please ask me before I take the break here. Okay, let's take a break here for 20 minutes after 20 minutes from now, right? So this is like 7:47 right now. According to Saudi time. So after 20 minutes, inshallah, we will resume.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back now. So before break, we were discussing the difference between scope and requirements. So what we are discussing overall, that what are the topics included in this PMP course. So 10 knowledge areas, and I'm just giving you introduction about the first 10 things here, the 10 knowledge areas, and the 11th topic is agile management, that is parallel topic. So within scope, we discuss the difference between requirements and scope, and now I'm going to little more detail under each knowledge area. So this is the knowledge area, scope management. So scope management is further decomposed in 6 processes. Plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS, validate scope, and control scope. I'm not going to explain everything right now, just few selected important terms today, and later on we will discuss everything in much more detail. So requirements we discussed, scope we discussed. Requirements means the problem, scope means the solution. There is a term WBS. Can anyone tell me what is full form of WBS?
Work breakdown structure.
Work breakdown structure. And what is the purpose of work breakdown structure?
Simplify and to analyze easily.
Divide the work into segments
To
as
make
simply as
further
possible.
deliverables.
So whatever is the scope of the project, we decompose into smaller, multi-level, smaller pieces so that it becomes easy for us to plan, manage, control, coordinate, outsource. So this is just a hierarchical decomposition of the scope of the
Segregation.
project into smaller manageable pieces. For example, this slide itself, this one, we said project management is distributed in these 10 knowledge areas. And what is the purpose? So that we can focus on each chapter one by one at a time, and overall we understand project management. So these are 10 parts of project management. And then each part itself, we say this is still a huge piece. So let's distribute or decompose it further into processes. So here we decomposed scope management itself into 6 more parts. So what is the benefit? It becomes simplified. So we understand, discuss everything piece separately. And once we develop understanding about each process, we understand the whole project management. So project management is distributed in 10 knowledge areas. Project management is distributed in first level is 10 knowledge areas. And then each knowledge area is further distributed in some processes. For example, scope in 6 processes. So overall, it is distributed in 49 processes. So if we discuss, understand all these processes, we will understand project management. So this is an example of WBS of project management. So similarly, when we have mega projects, for example, recently, finally, Riyadh Metro was launched. Riyadh Metro, do you know how much was the total budget? Any knowledge about that?
$22 billion approximate.
Yes. 22.6.
22 or $22.6 billion. It's a huge, huge amount. So it's a giga project, not even a mega project. So you can imagine that what about the master plan of this project? So we cannot make a master plan directly unless and until we decompose it into smaller multi-level pieces and then on smaller pieces we make the plans, and then we integrate it on the top level. So this is the benefit of making the WBS, regardless it's a big project or small project. We just bring it down into small pieces. So when we say scope management, so the focus of scope management under project management, the focus of scope management is on what? I'm not asking you what. I'm just telling you that scope management focuses on what is going to be produced by doing this project. Deliverables. So when we try to understand what about the project, that is basically scope management. And the next topic, schedule management, that focuses on
How?
how it will be produced. Scope management focuses on what will be produced. Schedule management focuses on how it will be produced. So when we define how it will be produced, we define activities. Now here, one very common concept or misconception. What is the difference between activities and tasks?
No difference.
Task is used in Microsoft Project and activities are used in Primavera.
Yes, you are
The
right.
meaning is same. The meaning is same, but yes, the task in MS Project and activities in P6.
So many people, they wrongly think that maybe these are different things. No, these are not different things. These are same things, same concepts, identical concepts. Only that some software applications, they use term activities. Some software applications, they use term tasks. So if you have used Microsoft Project, you will see tasks term. And if you have used Primavera P6, you will see term activities. But both are same. Both have durations, both have relationships, both have predecessors, both can be linked and shown or displayed on the critical path. So then we arrange the activities. We define the activities that, once again, scope management focuses on what it is, what we are going to produce, what are the deliverables. Schedule management focuses on how we are going to produce. So when we define how, that means activities or tasks. Once we define the list of activities, then we have to arrange the activities, sequence activities, relationships. There are 4 types of relationships: finish to start, start to start, start to finish, finish to finish. Then we estimate activity durations. Then we make the critical path or find out the project duration. So this is all what we do under schedule management. So what we are discussing, the 10 knowledge areas: scope management, schedule management. Now the cost management. So the costing of each activity is done in this way, that each activity or task needs some resources. And resources are of how many types? Can anyone tell?
3 types.
Man,
4 types.
materials.
Man, machine, material.
So manpower, machine, and material. These are the three types of resources. So on each activity, we estimate that how many resources are required of each type, and each activity has duration. Each resource has per unit rate. So if we have some resources required on activity, we multiply it by the resource per hour or per unit or per kg or per ton or per gallon or per day or per month rates, and we find the activity duration, activity cost, and we roll it up on the WBS level and ultimately on the project level. So we get an idea about the total overall cost of the project. So let's say the total project cost is 10 million and the duration is 12 months. And we already discussed the concept of linear or non-linear. So I asked you, in your real life projects, do you distribute this 10 million across 12 months equally or non-linear wise?
Non-linear wise.
Non-linear wise.
Non-linear wise. So this breakdown of the total cost across the months, that how much we need in first month, how much we need in second month, how much we need in third or fourth or up till the last month of the project, that distribution is called as what? Very famous term. You can guess easily. What is that distribution across the time is called as?
Cash dispersal.
Another very famous term.
Cost management.
Cash flow.
Cash flow. So how this 10 million will be required or needed or distributed across these 12 months is called as your projected cash flow. So all these things are done under cost management. I'm just giving you small introduction about these 10 knowledge areas. Then you have quality management. What is quality? Meeting or exceeding customers' expectations is quality. Now within quality, we have two very famous terms, QA and QC. QA full form is quality assurance. I know all of you know it already. Quality assurance. And QC is quality control. I want to know from you what is the difference between these two.
Quality control is to find the defects in the deliverables, and quality assurance is to avoid those defects.
Quality assurance means the systems are in place to control, and quality control is to find the defects and mitigate.
So which one is proactive and which one is reactive?
Quality assurance is
This is
proactive.
proactive.
Quality assurance is proactive.
Control. Quality control is proactive.
Quality control is proactive.
Quality control is reactive. Yes.
Very easy way to understand. Let's say you go to any electronics shop, you have to buy something. And when you are checking different products available in that shop, you notice that there is some small sticker pasted on each box. And what's written on that sticker? What is your observation?
QA passed.
She passed.
QC passed. Or QC checked. Right? So what is the meaning of that? That whatever that company is producing, it first passes through QC. If QC is satisfied, whatever is produced, it first passes through QC. If QC is okay with that, it is sent to the market. or in the project's example, customer. If there is some problem in that, if its QC failed, then it is sent back to the production. Fix it. So this is the concept of QC. QC's role is to find the defects. In the product or deliverables. And what is the role of QA? QA is to avoid or minimize the defects in the product. And how they minimize? By improving processes or the ingredients or the resources assigned or the audits or the documentation. So all these things come under QA activities. So this is the reason QA is called as proactive, because they are doing something, taking action before it goes wrong. QC is taking action after it goes wrong. In that sense, QC is reactive and QA is proactive. Any question, confusion? Resource management. Resources, as I mentioned, there are three types of resources: manpower, machine, and material. Now, in PMP, under the resource management chapter or knowledge area, you will notice that somewhere we use term resource, plan resource, estimate activity resources, and somewhere acquire resources. Somewhere we use term team. And then again resources. So very easily you can understand the difference of whenever we say resource. Resource includes all three types of resources: manpower, machines, materials. So some processes are performed for all three types. Planning is required for machines also, materials also, manpower also. Estimation is required for all three types of resources. Arrangement, acquiring is required for all three types of resources. But you develop manpower, at least as of now. Otherwise, AI is coming into the picture. So maybe after some time, AI will also be having conflicts and trainings and motivation, demotivation. But right now, we are talking about non-AI machines. So for that, only manpower is required to be developed by giving trainings. Manpower needs to be managed. When we say manage, that means there are some aspects which are performed only for manpower. For example, appraisals, trainings, conflicts, motivation, demotivation issues. So these are only for the manpower. These are not for machines or material. Now, when we say appraisals, what is meant by appraisal? Can anyone tell?
Like you evaluate your team.
Incentives.
Incentives. Performance.
Evaluation. And what is the purpose of performing appraisals?
Develop skills.
You identify the area for improvement.
To identify the strengths or weaknesses in an individual so that we can overcome, and overall the company is improving every year. And who performs your appraisals? Who tells the HR department this is good in this person, this is bad in this person?
Your immediate
Manager,
supervisor or manager.
Your manager,
yes.
your line manager.
Line manager.
Have you ever performed appraisal of your line manager, your boss, officially? Unofficially, I know you do it every day, that he knows nothing, I am running the whole company. But officially, have you done appraisal of your boss?
Never.
Yes. Yes.
Some
Yes.
some
Yes, in
companies,
some.
they have this process of 360-degree appraisals, taking the feedback from all the angles, not only from the supervisors, but also from the people who are working under you, who are working across the other departments, diagonal feedback, even sometimes outside the company, consultants, contractors, customers. So this is the concept of 360-degree appraisal. So some companies have this process as well. Then communication management. Communication management means information sharing. Someone will produce information, someone will need information. So when we say someone, that someone is called as stakeholder. So when we say stakeholder, what is meant by stakeholder? Who is the stakeholder on a project?
Anyone who is directly or indirectly
Decision maker or
Who is affecting or being affected by the project?
Anyone who is positively or negatively impacted by the project or can positively or negatively impact the project is a stakeholder. So it's a very broad definition. End users, regulatory bodies, PMO departments, consultants, team members, office boys, everyone will come under the definition of stakeholder. So different stakeholders need different information. For example, if you are a team member, if I am a team member, when I go to office on Sunday, I need to know what is my assigned activities in this week. And the predecessor of that activity is done or not. This is my simple communication requirement. As a team leader, I need to know who is absent today, who is late today. As a finance person, I need to know how much was spent last month and how much is required in this month. Customer needs to know my project is on track or not. If not, what you are doing to recover that plan delays. So different stakeholders need different information in different frequency. Frequency means daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, in a different format. Some stakeholders say just send me a WhatsApp message. Some people say just send me a formal email. Some people say submit me a written, signed, stamped hard copy of the report. So different information, different stakeholders need different information in a different frequency, in different format. So that all comes under communication management. Risk management. So three terms I want everyone to understand, and I'm sure many of you already know the difference, that what is the difference between risk and issue and defect. So what is a risk? Any possible future problem. To keep it simple, although we know that risk can be positive also. So risk is any possible future problem that may or may not happen. What is an issue?
Ongoing problem.
Already happened problems. Some person has already left, resigned. Prices have increased. Power failure already happened. It's raining right now. So all these are examples of issues. So risks are any problems that may or may not happen in future. Issues are any problems that have already become reality. And what is a defect? So these problems are, when we say problems, these are problems in project. Problems in doing that project. These are risks and issues. But problems in
Product.
deliverables or product, these are defects. Any question or confusion from anyone? So I just told you who, or let me try to confuse you. Who identifies the risks?
Project manager.
PMs, whole team.
Any stakeholder.
Okay, who identifies the risks once again?
PMs,
Team. Who identifies the issues?
Customers are end user.
Any stakeholder can report the issues. Could be team, could be project manager, could be team leader, could be end user, could be customer, anyone. And who identifies the defects?
Consumer or end user. Or QC.
QC or customer?
QC. QC must identify before delivering the customer.
Think about it. Once again. Who identifies the defects? QC or customer?
both can identify. It is wrongly passed by QC, customer can identify.
Customer. It's the customer who is using.
QC or customer or both?
Both can identify, because before delivering it to customer, it can be a possibility it get caught in QC.
QC, if QC identifies the defect, then it will not be a deliverable.
So defects are identified before delivery by the QC team, after delivery by the customer. Very easy concept. Any question or confusion on these three terms? Risk, issue, and defects? So if I say it may rain next week, this is risk. If I say it is raining right now, it's an issue. Right? So if I say next week, let's say, or let's say tomorrow we have second class, right? Is it possible, please keep your mics to mute mode unless until you have to answer something. Let's say tomorrow we have second class, 8th of Feb. Is it possible it may rain tomorrow? Possible or not? Yes,
Possible.
possible. Is it possible it's such a heavy rain that because of this heavy rain, there is power failure and no internet in our area? And because of that, we cannot conduct class tomorrow. Is it possible or not?
Possible.
So possible, but less likely.
Possible or not possible? Just two options.
Possible.
Possible.
Possible. So if it is possible, it is a risk. Now, if I ask you, what are the chances, as you mentioned, less likely. So now if I ask you, what are the chances it will happen? And if I give you 5 options, very high chances, or high chances, or medium, or low, or very low. It depends upon the area also. So let's say I am in Sharjah right now. So what do you think in Sharjah in month of February? What are the chances of very heavy rain? So very high chances or high or medium or low or very low?
Very low.
Okay, let's say very low. Assume it will 100% happen tomorrow. How big will be the impact on our training schedule? Our training is the project. So how big will be the impact on our project? Once again, 5 options: very high, high, medium, low, or very low.
Very high.
Very low.
Maybe for some of you, no problem. We will extend by 1 week, no issues. Maybe some of you have travel plans, Ramzan is coming, maybe you have another training. So assume it's high. So what we are doing here, we identified a risk. It may rain. So we perform this process. We assessed that very low chances of happening, and if it happens, high impact on our project. So what we are doing, we are performing qualitative risk analysis. So in a very easy example, I gave you the concept of a very heavyweight term in project management, qualitative risk analysis. What is that? Just assessing very high or high or medium or low or very low in terms of chances and in terms of impact. If we go further in the similar analysis and we express our analysis in such a way that, let's say, we are having a project of Salman, please keep your mic to mute mode. Let's say we have a 12 months project of construction and we say there are 30% chances of 15 days delay due to rains in these next 12 months. And there will be some material wastage or labor wastage also, which may cost us $10,000. Earlier, we were expressing the probability and impact in terms of very high or medium or low or very low. This was qualitative risk analysis. Now we are expressing the chances in terms of numbers, impact in terms of numbers. This numerical analysis is called as quantitative risk analysis. Is it clear for everyone? The difference between qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis? कोई हूँ हाँ कर दिया करो यार.
Clear.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Alhamdulillah. So we perform qualitative analysis, we perform quantitative risk analysis, we plan the risk responses. So you notice that in your offices, you see some smoke detectors, fire alarms, fire extinguishers, water sprinklers. What are these? These are just risk responses. So we identify the risk, we qualify the risk, we quantify the risk, we plan risk responses. So this is mainly what we do under risk management. Then procurement management. Procurement management means when we involve them. When we say we means customers. When we say them means sellers, contractors, vendors. So when we as a customer involve them in our project, this is called as procurement. And what are the reasons why we perform the procurement? Why we need them? So there are few reasons. First of all, resources. As I told you, there are 3 types of resources: manpower, machines, materials. And when we say procurement includes purchasing also. Procurement includes renting also. So let's start with material. Can we purchase material from them? Means can the customer purchase material from the vendors? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Example? Any example?
Like concrete, steel,
Steel, cement,
Any
cement.
paint, anything. So these are examples. Now, can we as a customer rent material from customers, contractors? Yes or no?
No.
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 Reason? Materials are consumables. So
Yes.
anything which is consumable, we cannot rent. What about machines? Can we purchase machines from them?
Yes.
Yes. Can we rent machine from them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So for example, crane, we can purchase also, we can rent also. If we have a long-term usage, we will purchase. If we have a short-term usage, we will rent. What about manpower? Can we rent manpower from them? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Can we purchase manpower from them?
No.
No.
No. Purchasing manpower means slavery. Slavery is no more possible, right? So these are 4 scenarios related to resources under procurement. Any question or confusion from anyone?
Clear.
Now, why we need resources? We are customers. Why we need resources? After getting the resources, what we will do?
Application.
Execute or application or deliver.
Specific answer. We will need resources for what?
To
For
put them to
execution.
work.
To execute the project.
Too general.
Sir, to put them to work in order to accomplish activities or tasks.
To perform activities or tasks. Because every activity or task you have estimated what resources are required here. So when you get the resources, you will perform activities or tasks. Why we need to perform activities or tasks?
So because we have formulated
Because
a work
there's no
breakdown
difference in
structure.
activity data.
To get the deliverables.
To
To
complete the scope,
produce deliverables or scope or specific term if we use work packages. So now you see everything is related. Why we need resources? To perform activities. Why we need to perform activities? To complete the work packages. Why we need to complete the work packages? To complete the scope. This is one possible option. Second option for the customer is give the scope to them, to the contractor. This giving your part of scope to someone else is called as outsourcing or subcontracting. Any question or confusion? Now, why, as a customer, I shall outsource? What are the reasons for me to consider outsourcing?
Specialized services, limitation of
First of all, expertise reason. I do not have expertise as a customer. I cannot do it myself. Give it to someone else. They will do it. One reason. Second reason, I have expertise. I have expertise, but I do not have time. So time could be a second factor. Or I have expertise, I have time, but it will be more costly if I do it. Very easy example to understand. Let's say you have to print a book of 500 pages. You have two options. You can go to some bookshop, take that PDF on USB to him and request him to print. Second option, you can print from your personal printer. Which one will be more expensive? What do you think? Bookshop or personal printer?
Personal printer.
Personal printer will cost you much more, and time wise also it will take much more time. 500 pages, maybe you will spend many hours on that, and maybe you will spend 200 reals on printing it, maybe. But if you go to a bookshop, maybe they will print it in 20 minutes, and they may charge you 80 reals with ring binding, including their profit also. So what is the reason? They have heavy duty printers available. So when you have specializations, maybe your cost of production or unit production is much lesser than anyone else. So that is why sometimes as a customer, it is in my favor to outsource some scope to the contractors. This all comes under procurement management. Any question or confusion? Stakeholder, as I told you, anyone who can positively or negatively impact the project or get impacted by the project is a stakeholder. We identify, we classify them accordingly, we make a plan. Integration management. Integration management, word integration means connected, integrated, related. So for example, the scope of the project was to make 10-floor building. Cost was 10 million. Time was 10 months. We make a plan, we get it baseline, we start execution. Now, during execution, let's say the customer requests, please, instead of 10-floor building, make it 15-floor building. So do you think it's only scope change? Other things will remain same? What do you think?
No,
No.
cost and time both change.
Both, and even many other risks, quality, communication, procurement, many things will change. So this is the concept of integration management, that change in one area will impact the others. And that is why one very important concept I'm giving you, time, cost, and scope. These all three are approved together, not in isolation. You cannot say schedule is approved. Now cost and scope is still open. So all three things are approved together. So overall, all these knowledge areas may impact each other. So this is the concept of integration management. Now, the same project management, I gave you the breakdown in terms of knowledge areas, 10 knowledge areas: scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder, integration management. Same project management is distributed in phase wise also, stage wise also, that first of all, whenever we start a project, this is called as initiating. After initiating, we will discuss it in more detail maybe tomorrow. After initiating, we make a plan with the team. So as a project manager, after considering the scope, quality, communication, risk, everything, we make a plan related to scope, time, and cost. And when we are making that plan, it is called as a draft plan. When I, as a project manager, think that my plan is complete, I present it to the top management or the customers or the important stakeholders. So when you present that plan to the top management or the customers, do you think they will approve it as it is? No, they will give you tough time. They will say, reduce this, increase this, remove this, add this, replace this. So after the draft, you have revisions, multiple revisions. You revise it, present it, revise it, present it, revise it, present it. After many revisions and discussions and presentations and meetings, arguments, finally there is an approval. Happily or unhappily, there is an approval. So when the plan is approved, it is called as a baseline plan. Any question or confusion up till this point? So once the plan is approved, it is baselined, we start execution. And same time, when we start execution, let's say in January, the project was initiated. In February and March, we were doing planning. From April, we started execution. In the parallel, same time, we will start monitoring and controlling also. So monitoring and controlling will happen simultaneously with execution. It's not that first we will do execution and then we will do monitoring and controlling. No, both will start at the same time. So the purpose of monitoring and controlling is to keep checking that whatever was the plan or the baseline, is the execution happening according to that or not. So they will keep on comparing these two things. Baseline plan and execution. If there is no difference between the plan and the actual execution, that means wonderful, mashallah. Everything is under control, going as per plan. But if there is a difference between plan and actual, a very famous term is used for that difference. Can you guess what is that term?
Variance.
Variance.
So variance is used to denote the difference between plan and the actuals. So controlling processes will keep on checking how much is the variance. If there is no variance, wonderful, that means we are on plan. If there is a variance, maybe it's a big variance, maybe it's a small variance. If it's a small variance, that means maybe still we are a candidate of A star. Out of 100, we scored 97%. 2-3% variance, fine. Maafi mushkil, Allah kareem inshallah. But if there is a big variance, then what we need to do? Replan. And sometimes you call it as recovery planning. Now, how much variance is small variance? How much variance is big variance? Project to project, it could vary. For one project, maybe a delay of 5 days is a big problem. Right? For another project, like example, Riyadh Metro project, maybe it is behind schedule by more than many years. Maafi mushkil. No problem. But what about Qaddafi Stadium? Right? There is so much noise on that. Will it be ready or not? Even if it's late by 5 days, it's a big problem. So on one side, many years delay on a project is no problem. On another side, 1 week delay on a project is a huge problem. So project to project, this could vary. So how much variance is small and how much variance is big, there there has to be a definition on each project in the beginning, in the planning stage, and that definition of limits, that how much variance in terms of time or cost is acceptable, how much is not acceptable, that is called as threshold limits or values. So if the variance is less than the threshold value, acceptable. If the variance is more than the threshold value, it's mushkil, katir, replanning or recovery planning. So this cycle continues till we complete the deliverables and we go to the project closing. Any question or confusion, please?
If the variance notice at the end of the project,
No,
then
no,
how it was
during.
during. Okay, okay.
As I said, from April we started execution, and from April we started calculating variances on daily or weekly or monthly or quarterly basis. Right? And yes, it is possible. During the project, there is a very big variance, and now we determine that it cannot be recovered. So we need to raise change requests. We need to get a revised baseline, re-baseline. So there can be more than one baselines in a project, but at any given time, the last approved baseline will be the valid baseline for your project. Any question or confusion? So replanning or recovery planning will happen because of two reasons. One reason I told you already, variance more than the threshold limits means bad performance more than the acceptance ranges. What can be the second reason of replanning? Very easily you can guess.
Any big change in the
Big variance.
Change, scope additions. So either the replanning will happen because of bad performance, or replanning will happen because of scope changes. So this is how these 5 process groups, they interact with each other. Now when we say plan, generally whenever you ask someone, where is your plan of the project, he gives you list of activities with duration,
That's 1 minute, sir.
start date. When
Excuse
I
me.
am speaking something, then try not to interrupt. Right? When I stop and when I ask you that is there any question, then you can ask. Unless until there is emergency situation. I hope there is no emergency situation.
Yeah, actually, sir, I'm traveling to airport. I'm traveling to outside country. So just I want to know when you are sharing this one after the session or video recording.
Tomorrow morning, inshallah, I will share the link.
Okay, thank you, Jazakallah.
Welcome. Okay, so plan list of plan. Generally, people think list of activities only, duration, start date, finish date. So remember, this is also plan, but this is only covering one aspect of project management, which is called as time or schedule. So many people think only schedule is the plan. No. When we say project management plan, and the abbreviation we can use PMP for this also, project management plan, it needs to cover scope planning. Schedule is one part of that, cost planning, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement. So there are many components which are actually total 18 components, and these 18 components are collectively called as project management plan. But assuming we are talking about large scale project. On mini projects, if we start making all these documents, that may cost us much more than the project itself. So this is collectively called as project management plan. Any question or confusion? Okay, some cartoons after a long, boring discussion. So just to bring you in a lighter mode. When a deadline comes too close, this is how our project is completed. So it happens on almost every project that when we start the project, we start with perfection. But somehow, gradually we start losing interest, and at the end we say, okay, leg is in the scope. Okay, this is the leg, this is the. So this is how we try to complete the scope in the later stages of the project. So here the boss is giving the project manager, we will need a risk analysis of this project before I can approve it. Okay, fine, makes sense. He makes a list of all the risks and he presents to his boss, and his boss says, I do not understand these risks. He says, that's number 36. Means this itself is a risk that my management will not understand the risk. So this is also a funny but true situation. It happens. She's asking, why do you have only 40% of an umbrella? He says, because chance of rain is only 40%. So very interesting, very funny, but important to understand also. We can learn risk management even from this single cartoon. I want to spend some time on this. When we say 40% chances of rain, what is meant by that? Can anyone explain? Do not tell me other names of this same term. Tell me the concept behind it.
60% not probably.
This is basically he followed a qualitative and quantitative risk analysis.
What is the concept behind 40% chances of rain?
Not likely happen.
There is a forecast of rain, but only 40% chance can be.
This is my question.
Oh.
This is the forecast, but what is meant by 40%?
Less likely.
Let me take example on the big day, 23rd of Feb. Pakistan versus India cricket match. I am from Pakistan. You can understand my feelings. What is the fair chances of Pakistan beating India in this match? What do you think?
40% chance.
60.
40-60?
Yes.
I still think you are you are being very nice. My personal assessment is 2080.
Yeah, it's very likely.
Right? Okay. So that doesn't matter actually. The concept is important to understand that I'm trying to establish here. When I say 2080, so what is meant by that? It's not that Pakistan cannot beat India, but it means if there are 10 matches between Pakistan and India, maybe 2 matches overall Pakistan may win, and 8 of 10 times Pakistan will lose. This is the meaning of 20% probability. Is this point clear to everyone?
Yes.
Right. Now, when we say chances of rain 40%, that means if you have similar weather forecast 10 times, out of that 4 times it will rain, 6 times it will not rain. I'm coming to a very important point. Very important point. Risk management. So 4 times it will rain, 6 times it will not rain. So how many times you will need umbrella? 4 times or 6 times?
4 times.
4 times. So symbolically, rain is risk here. Umbrella is reserve, mitigation plan, contingency, whatever you like to call it. That if it rains, we will need umbrella. So now, in the context of this cartoon, this strategy will work or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
No.
No. Either it will rain or it will not rain. If it rains, 40% is not enough. If it does not rain, 40% is useless. Additional, extra. So now remember the concept of probability, which is the base concept of risk management. Concept of probability applies or makes sense on a large number of events, not on one event. So if there are hundreds of risks in your project, in your, let's say, real life projects, you will have hundreds of risks. So symbolically, if there are hundreds of risks with 40% probability, that means out of those hundreds of risks, 40 will come, actually become a reality, 60 will disappear without troubling you. So you do not need, you do not need 100 umbrellas in a project to cover 100 risks with 40% probability. Why? 40 will happen, 60 will not happen. So you will need only 40 umbrellas. Assuming every risk will consume one umbrella, although umbrella is reusable, but assume it will consume. So you do not need to keep hundreds of umbrellas to match or handle hundreds of risks in a project, because probability says all will never happen. So in the context of a single event, this cartoon, yes, it's good enough to enjoy. But this strategy is actually going to work in real life projects. You will actually do it. You will keep 40 umbrellas to handle 100 risks on a project on average with 40% probability. Any question or confusion on this important concept?
We need to consider the cost in the project.
Yes, definitely. It's part of planning. Right? And see why we are having the reserves. Reserves are going to cost you. 2, save the damages. The potential damages associated with that risk, we want to get rid of that. So if the potential damage is of $1,000 and the reserve will cost me maybe $300, so that is fine, no problem. If I do not keep reserves, I will have to suffer a loss of $1,000. But if I'm keeping a reserve of $300, I will still save $700. So this is the logic behind. I hope it is clear. Any other question, confusion? Next, forecasting and optimization are complex. There is some building on fire. These guys are supposed to save people. They try to catch one, dropped. They try to catch second one, dropped. And they are encouraging or motivating the third one. Come on, it cannot go wrong every time. So you can understand the situation of this person. So forecasting and optimization, these are not simple. The people who are handling clients, they will understand the pain behind this, that who are we, clients, what do we want? We don't know. And when do we want it? No. So another very common problem, common situation. How the projects typically work, it starts from here, how the customer explained the requirements, how the project leader understood it. So the differences start coming, how the analyst designed it, another difference, how the programmer wrote it, another difference, how the business consultant described it, we will change your life and this and that, business consultants, they use fancy terms, documentation, khali wali, no documentation, what operations installed, how the customer was billed, how it was supported, and what the customer really needed. So a funny end-to-end chain that what actually happens in the projects. One more, a person has already jumped from the plane and now there is an announcement, okay, there is a small change. Red bag has the sandwiches and green bag is your parachute. So too late to inform. So change management and communication management both are very important aspects of project management, but unfortunately we do not respect both things what they deserve. So once again, these were the 10 knowledge areas that I explained to you. Introduction, of course, as I told you, we are going to spend a lot of time on these later on, maybe 2 to 3 hours on each topic later on. Agile project management is very important for the exam because it is going to cover maybe 50%, not maybe, surely 50% of the questions in the exam. So maybe just for those people who are not aware what is Agile, so maybe I can spend a few minutes on that. So remember, when the scope is clear, against that clear scope, what we do, we estimate time and cost. This is the situation of your waterfall projects. Or predictive. This is what you are doing already. Construction projects, IT projects, telecom projects, many of the companies or most of the companies or most of the industries you are using already waterfall without even knowing the name waterfall. Why it is called as predictive? Because from the beginning of the project, you can predict throughout what we will be doing in March, what we will be producing in April, May, June, July. We can predict till the end. But Agile is adaptive. And we say when we use it Agile, when scope is unclear. So when the scope is unclear, how we can make it? So what we do, instead of doing the whole project together, we make mini projects. Of let's say 1 month each. The overall scope is not clear. Let's say we want to make a website. We want to make a mobile phone application. So customer says, I do not know the scope in the beginning. We will start making, and depending upon the feedback from the people, stakeholders and users, we will keep on adding features into it. So what we do, we start discussing with the customer, stakeholders and users, and we finalize requirements at least which are good enough to be completed in 1 month. So for that 1 month, it is like a mini waterfall project. Because for this 1 month, scope is clear. And by the time, let's say we are doing this first month in January, we agreed on some small scope items, features, requirements. We started development. And now we are working on the requirements for February. We have no idea what we will be doing in March or April. So by the time we finish month 1, January, first mini project, we have enough clarity about some more scope which can be handled in February. Similarly, then March, April, May, June. So this is how we do adaptive projects. And why we are calling it as adaptive? Because during the project, requirements can change, scope can change, priorities can change, ideas can change. So anytime we are having latest discussions with the customer about their latest problems, latest priorities, and maximum they are 1 month old, which is not the case in waterfall. Any question or confusion from anyone, please?
Sir, can you do one more example to explain Agile more?
One more example. Okay. Let's say customer says we want to implement ERP system in a company, software project, enterprise resource planning, which shall include HR module, procurement module, finance module, inventory module. So all these modules should be there. But one approach could be that we spend 3 to 4 months only on requirement gathering, then maybe another 12 months on development, then another 2 months on testing, and 1 month on training, and then rollout. So right now I gave you example of waterfall. So when the customer will have the product first time ready to use for the business benefit, maybe after, let's say keep it 4 months here. So 4, 12, 16 and 3, 19. So after 19 months, customer will start taking benefit of these deliverables. Is that clear to everyone? Any confusion? This is not agile. This is waterfall, right? Okay. Let's say the project started in January 2025. And January, February, March, April. Requirements were discussed up till April 2025. And when they are getting the product, July 2026. So, do you see a big gap between last time requirements were discussed versus first time they received working product? So you see there is a difference of almost 15 months. Still, I am on waterfall. Is this situation clear to everyone? Any confusion from anyone?
Okay.
Now, if we do the same project in agile style, what we will do? We will start discussion in January or maybe 1 week before January so that we have enough requirements to start working on from 1st of January. So maybe some important requirement from HR, some important requirement from procurement, 2, 3 requirements we will agree on and we will start working on within January. So let's say requirement 1, requirement 2, requirement 3, we delivered in January. In this case, also let's say there were 500 requirements overall, which we delivered in July 2026. Here also maybe at the end we have 500 requirements, but we are discussing few at a time. So we discussed 3 and we delivered in January 25. So from 1st of Feb, HR is using it. Procurement is using it. A real product. They have started using it. They will start giving the feedback. They will get more ideas. Meanwhile, maybe finance has given some requirement. So maybe we will work on requirement number 4, 5, 6 up till 10 in February. So the requirement gathering goes till the end. Delivery of the software goes till the end. So one scenario was the last time requirements were discussed versus the first time system is given to you. So this gap of 15 months is disappeared. And the first time the customer took the benefit of the product was in July 2026 versus January 2025. So we are making the software in pieces, discuss small part, deliver that small part. Next month they say change it. No problem. We will change the same small part. So it will evolve. So that is the beauty of adaptive methodology. I hope it is more clearer now. Any confusion?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
So as although I plan to go for another 15 minutes before taking the question, but as this is the first day, so maybe some of you were not ready for this physical activity that long. So no problem. If anyone wants to leave, fine. Tomorrow again, we will start at the same time. Anyone wants to stay, ask questions in English, Urdu, Punjabi, casual, formal, whatever you like. I am here. You can ask questions.
Sir, which knowledge area we will going to study tomorrow?
No one. We will start knowledge areas from next week. I will, in the beginning, I will go not as the sequence of the book. In the beginning, I have my own sequence or selection of topics which I feel I need to establish concepts in your minds before I take you forward.
All right.
So maybe in this week, no knowledge area. Yes, please. Any other question, please?
जी सर, ये अगर आपके लेक्चर्स हम सुन रहे हैं सारे, तो ये काफी रहेंगे टेस्ट के लिए, या हमें कोई बुक्स वगैरह भी पढ़नी पड़ेगी?
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल बुक्स पढ़नी पड़ेंगी। बुक्स पढ़ने के लिए या एग्जाम क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए ये लेक्चर्स हैं। ठीक है, तो लेक्चर्स का पर्पस ये है कि आपका कॉन्सेप्ट्स अच्छे हो जाएं ताकि आप बुक को अच्छी तरह पढ़ सकें, समझ सकें और एग्जाम प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चंस की अच्छी तरह समझ के साथ प्रैक्टिस कर सकें। ये पर्पस।
अच्छा, तो ये जो बुक जो हमने पढ़नी होगी, ये लेक्चर्स के बाद या साथ साथ हम पढ़ना शुरू कर दें?
नहीं नहीं, अभी तो आप सिर्फ लेक्चर्स ही पढ़ लें तो काफी है।
उसके बाद हम बुक से पढ़ें, उसके बाद फिर टेस्ट दें?
उसके बाद बुक से पढ़ें, उसके बाद एग्जाम प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चंस करें, फिर टेस्ट दें।
Sir, so you will provide some material for.
I will provide. Do not
So
worry.
that material will help us in preparation.
Yeah, inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay.
सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन है, जो एजाइल की आपने एग्जांपल दी है, आईटी से रिलेटेड बातें सारी की हैं, कोई दूसरे फिजिकल हम प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं, उसकी कोई एग्जांपल दे सकते हैं?
यार असल में एजाइल जो है ना, दूसरे इंडस्ट्रीज में अप्लाई होता ही नहीं है। ठीक है, ये बात सुन के हो सकता है आप दुखी हो जाएं, लेकिन ये है ऐसे ही। आप जल्दी समझ जाएंगे तो अच्छी बात है, देर से समझेंगे तो आपकी मर्जी है। देखें, होता ये है कि मिसाल के तौर पे दूसरी इंडस्ट्री हम कहते हैं कंस्ट्रक्शन है। ठीक है, तो कंस्ट्रक्शन में तो आप ऐसे कर नहीं सकते ना कि कस्टमर कहता है यार इस दफ़ा महीने मेरा मूड है 8वां फ्लोर बना देता हूँ। भाई 8वां कैसे बना दें जब तक निचले 7 बनेंगे नहीं ना। ठीक है, तो उस समय एक सर्टेन सीक्वेंस में जाना मजबूरी है। सॉफ्टवेयर में तो ऐसा मुमकिन है कि अच्छा यार ऐसा करो, इस चीज़ को यहीं रोक दो, इसकी जगह ये बनानी शुरू कर दो। अच्छा ये जो बनाई थी ना इसको तोड़ दो, इसकी जगह दोबारा से यूं बना दो। तो वेबसाइट्स में, सॉफ्टवेयर में, प्रोडक्ट्स में, गैजेट्स में ये सहूलत मौजूद होती है। आपने स्मार्टफोन बना दिया, आपने कहा यार इस रिलीज के अंदर ये कर दो, अच्छा अगली रिलीज में ये निकाल दो, ये डाल दो, तो उसमें तो ऐसा मुमकिन है। मगर आप कहें कि यार 50 फ्लोर की बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं, तो इसमें हम रिक्वायरमेंट जो है ना आखिर में जाके बताएंगे असल वाली, तो वो पॉसिबल नहीं है। आपको शुरू में ही बतानी पड़ेंगी ताकि आप उसका डिज़ाइन अकॉर्डिंगली कर सकें, स्ट्रक्चर अकॉर्डिंगली बना सकें। तो इसीलिए जो एजाइल है ना, ये कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रोजेक्ट्स में उस तरह से नहीं एप्लीकेबल। ठीक है, बात समझ में आ गई तो ठीक है, नहीं आई तो क्वेश्चन आप कर लीजिए।
Sir, can I give you one situation
Yeah.
and can we identify whether it is a waterfall or it is a agile?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so basically we are from service provider industry. We provide designing service to our customers. Okay, so one example is like sometimes customer come to us, that is client come to us with some problem. Okay, like in certain plant there is some vibration or something is there. So we know the problem, we know what client wants, they want a solution for that. Okay, to reach to that solution, we have to study first, we have to identify causes, and once causes are identified and is agreed with client, we go for mitigation. Okay, so instead of doing that project in single phase, we cut it into multiple phase. One is study, identification, and then implementation. So
Right.
it falls under waterfall
No.
or it is agile?
Yeah, it is waterfall because the scope is clear, right? Even let's say you
Yeah.
can have waterfall projects in multiple phases. You say we want to make a hospital. In the first phase, just make the OPD. After we make the OPD, launch it, then we will make in patients also, right? So even waterfall projects you can do in multiple phases, but each phase itself is a big project. So similarly, you know the scope from the very beginning, right? In your case, as you explained, and it's just that, okay, solving that or delivering that, you have divided into multiple phases, but still you can predict what we will be doing in phase 1, 2, 3. In Agile, when we are working on one iteration, let's say in the first 1 month, we cannot say what we will be delivering in next month and what we will be delivering in the following month. So this is the major difference, right?
So in this case also, until we perform the study, we don't know what is the problem because
No.
certain
You
problem
know
which
the
can
problem, but
be
what is the
the
reason?
cause can
You do
be
not know the reason, but you know the problem, right?
okay, but scope is not clear to me
No,
because scope can be
scope is
different for a
see.
small
You are saying your customer is telling you, I want to address this problem, and you do some study
correct.
to find out the reason,
Okay.
right? And on the basis of that
Yeah.
reason, you propose some solution, right?
Okay.
And customer says yes or no, and
Yeah,
you
correct.
deliver it, right? So generally,
But
how
sir,
long is that
if
cycle?
I'm understand,
What is the duration of the cycle of all these
sir,
stages?
but I understand. Okay. See, study can be 1 or 2 months, but implementation after that, once the problem is identified, it can be say 1 week mitigation or it can be year mitigation because based on identification,
Okay.
it will
If
scope will
I
define.
make it easy for you. If the situation
Okay.
is like that, they have dozens of problems,
Mhm.
and every month they are adding more problems in your list, to-do list. And every month or after every few weeks, they are telling, give priority to this problem first
Okay.
and find the reason and solve this problem first. So if this is the way you are doing, yes, it is agile. But if it is like this, that every time they just tell you one single problem and you start working on that. So this is just like a mini waterfall, right? So
Okay. Sort of clear, sir.
in agile, we have a continuously growing list of the requirements. And we keep on. I will spend many hours on that later on, right? Okay. Yes, please. Any other question from
Okay.
anyone?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी।
वालेकुम
मैं
सलाम
पहले
रहमतुल्लाह।
क्लास शुरू होने से पहले मैंने बताया था कि जो एग्जाम के लिए एप्लीकेशन फिल करनी होती है, जैसे प्रोजेक्ट 1, प्रोजेक्ट 2, प्रोजेक्ट 3, जहाँ पर रिक्वायर्ड नंबर ऑफ ईयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस बताना होता है। तो मैंने सिंस लास्ट 10 ईयर से ऐसे कोई प्रोजेक्ट पे काम नहीं किया हूँ, basically strategy or
वो
procurement
तो मैंने
or
आपको बताया था ना कि आपको ऑपरेशंस अगर आपने सिर्फ किए हैं वो आप अपनी एप्लीकेशन में डालेंगे तो वो तो रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी भाई, सीधी सी बात है। ठीक है,
उसके लिए
आपको थोड़ा
अल्टरनेट।
सा जो है ना फिक्शन बनानी पड़ेगी।
जी
वो मैं सैंपल शेयर करूंगा, सबके साथ शेयर करूंगा।
ओके,
कोशिश करें कि
मैं
अपनी
आपको व्हाट्सएप।
एप्लीकेशन उस तरह का जो है लिखें। लेकिन वो अभी इट्स टू अर्ली, अभी आराम
ओके
से आप ट्रेनिंग लें। ट्रेनिंग के
ओके
बाद ही आपने सबमिट करनी है ना। ठीक है, तो आप आराम से अपने
जी जी जी
वो जब मैं शेयर करूंगा आप उसके मुताबिक अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स, हो सकता है आप अपने ऑपरेशंस को उस तरह से प्रेजेंट कर दें।
हाँ ठीक है
ठीक है,
ओके
देखें आप
ओके
अगर अपने किसी एग्जिस्टिंग ऑपरेशंस में कोई इम्प्रूवमेंट भी लेके आए हैं तो वो भी प्रोजेक्ट ही कंसिडर होगा।
ओके क्लियर, आइडिया मिल गया मुझे, बस
हाँ,
इंशाल्लाह
तो
आफ्टर
वो
ट्रेनिंग।
जब आप उसको ड्राफ्ट करेंगे तो सबमिट करने से पहले मुझे दिखा लीजिएगा, ताकि मैं आपको क्विकली
जरूर
बता
इंशाल्लाह।
दूं कि यार ये सही लग रहा है कि नहीं लग रहा है, चेंज कर लें।
ठीक, बिल्कुल,
ठीक,
शुक्रिया।
या वेलकम। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
सर बैटरी लो हो गई है।
किसकी, आपकी कि आपके लैपटॉप की? टोन कहीं लो हो गई है,
सर ये
मेरी लो होनी चाहिए यार बोल बोल के।
सर ये जो एजाइल की हम बात कर रहे थे,
जी जी,
इट मीन्स के ऐसी रिक्वायरमेंट्स जहाँ पे इंटरडिपेंडेंसी है वहां पे ये एग्जीक्यूट नहीं हो सकता।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल सही है, आपने बिल्कुल सही पिन पॉइंट किया। दी एनी अदर क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
Sir, for the preparation of exam, do you have any recommendation for the book?
Yes, there is one very famous book, Rita 11. That is the best book available, right? But it's little early to start reading the book. Right now, just focus on the slides I will share and the concepts I'm sharing right now. And
Other than this, I have another question.
yeah,
You said that after 3 years, when we renew our membership with the PMI for the next 3 years, we will need 60 credit hours, right?
right.
So, did you mean to say that this 35 will be still valid and we
No,
will
no, no.
have to attend
These
another
35 will
35?
become zero. No, these 35 will become zero. After the
This
exam,
is only for 3 years.
after that exam date, in the next 3 years, you need 60 BDUs. So these 35 will become zero.
Okay.
यानी
Any
आपका
other?
नंबर सेव रखना पड़ेगा जरूर।
सही समझे आप, सही समझे।
So right now the prerequisite is 35 credit
हाँ,
hours,
yeah,
and we are going to attend 9 classes
inshallah, yeah.
to gain that. For 60, we will have to do 18 classes, for example.
No, that depends upon which course you are attending in
There
future.
will be PMP again
No, no, no,
for
it's not
renewal.
necessary. It's better to attend another course.
Any course
Any course
will count
related to project
for PMP
management.
renewal.
Yes, that's why I said like you do Primavera, you do RMP, you do ACP, you do Microsoft project, you do Six Sigma, you do ISO. Any course related to project, non-technical. Some of these I offer, like Primavera, Microsoft project, RMP, ACP. But some courses I do not offer. So you can attend from anyone else, or you can consider the courses I am offering. It's up to you, right? So it's not necessary that you have to attend another PMP course. No, no, no. That is possible, allowed, but that is not a restriction that this is the only course you need to attend again. Clear? Any other question from anyone?
Let's say if someone already have some PDUs which we are not going to use, let's say these can be added later.
No, as I told you,
Can be
from that exam date, all the previous PDUs will become zero.
even more than 35.
You have 10,000. No problem.
Okay.
Zero. after the passing of PMP exam, then in next 36 months, you need to collect 60 PDUs only after the exam date. Right?
Got it. Got it.
Any other question, confusion? If no question, can we close the session?
Yes, we can.
Sir.
Okay, see you tomorrow, inshallah, same time. I will share the link on the group. And please note down one thing, that after I start the session, it's not possible for me to read the messages or reply the messages. So anything you need to ask before the class starts, right? After the class starts, I focus only on the presentation. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam, sir.
Walaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam.